Good morning. Finally back. I got a freaking heat wave just killing me. Well, it's still killing me. Last night was pretty rough too, but I did get sleep, so that's good. Pretty much all I've done is play Civilization 6 with Gathering Storm. Like, that's literally it. Tomorrow, we're gonna play some Simple Rockets 2 on the anniversary of the Apollo 11 landing on the moon. So, WTF were we doing? I believe we were working on our flyby probes. Oh, nice. Okay, so... Oh, wait. Never mind. We were talking before about wanting to make sure that it generates contracts for the hotel itself and not for the transport, and I'm hoping that we'll get more of these contracts. I accepted this one before we docked the transport that we sent up there, so hopefully they're not all fracked. But I accepted that one a little early. So yeah, let's go work on that probe. So we need a deploying system. We need something that'll get the probes up into orbit. And as small as these probes are, and as far as we are in the tech tree, and on top of all that, getting a huge discount, 75% off on our launch costs, I think we should launch multiple probes. So at least 2. We could launch a 3rd. Let's use one of our probes for a test probe. I think that'd be a good place to kind of start off with it. Hold on, oh no, I'm not dropping frames. My CPU usage is spiking though. What else? Nothing much else. I did get a Stream Deck. I need to remember to order because Elgato had a really good sale for brand new ones on the Prime Day thingy thing. But I need to get an extension cord, like a USB extension kind of thing. And then we'll hopefully be doing some more, like, you know, stuff with that. My other computer, the streaming computer, is like behind me. It's the computer that Deb uses when she plays video games, so I need a cord that'll reach from that one over to me so that I can control OBS and do sounds. I could do the sounds on my computer on this one, but... And I don't know, maybe for now, until I get a cable, I'll set it up for this computer, and then I'll move all the sounds over later. So I have no idea what the shortfalls of this was. I do see that we're pretty low on DV on the pad though, because I've added a shitload of fuel to this thing. So I think we'll go with kind of our tried and true just 2 sets of solid rocket boosters. I don't know what coupler to use. It doesn't really matter. Let's see how the flush ones will look. I think these will do. So I want 2 of them. These are going to be really big boosters. Let's put them right above this pipe looking thing, whatever that is. I think I'll make a copy of the entire booster. And the first 2 boosters need to be very heavy lifters. I should probably go back and when I take like 4 days off, go back and rewatch what we were up to and the last day that I streamed. Because for some reason I'm thinking that we were gonna go with liquid boosters for this. Should we try it? We give it a shot. Won't be difficult. If we're gonna go with liquid boosters, I want to go with the SSTU tank. We're gonna need fuel lines. Cool thing about the SSTU tank, if you can find it. Oh, no. There. Is we can change it to whatever we want. Let's see how that'll work for now. And then for a top, do I want a top or an upper? I think I want an upper on this. No? Oh, okay, there we go. I was gonna say, I could have swore we had nose cones. We're gonna need a fairly powerful engine. Ooh. That is a fairly powerful engine. But apparently with all of the other weight that I've added, not powerful enough. Unless I've got something in the wrong spot. That looks good, that part looks good. DV will go up when we add our fuel lines, but don't want to do that quite yet. Really? On the pad? You guys aren't powerful enough? So I need something more like these. Oh baby, they thick. Now we're talking. I can go a little bit bigger on the boosters. Kind of debating whether or not to go with another Griffin. Maybe a smaller version of the Griffin. I think I want to go with a wider tank too. Look at how much clearance I have here. I think if nothing else, I want to go for something more like that, so that the little nozzle there, I don't know what the hell that thing does. It's not an exhaust because it points upward. Oh, it is. Part of the, what do they call that? Cycle, is it a cycle chamber? Is it a, I don't know, it's pressure. We have two different kinds of fuel that are coming down into a chamber there, which feeds out to the nozzles. So we have our liquid fuel and our oxidizer. I can't remember what the hell you call that little turbo in there. Doesn't matter. We're not nerds, we just build rockets. Put that up there. So our TWR is looking okay for the initial launch there, and apparently we did add a lot of DV just with those two boosters. They are fairly large compared to most of the stuff that we built in this playthrough, but we still haven't gone past, what are we at, 3 3/4 meter. We're at a 3.75 diameter, so we really haven't gone all that big. Like, it's KW basic tank, here's KW full tank. I guess we did go really tall though, didn't we? Looking for the fuel line. There she is. And I'm not gonna bother with making this, because the probes are coming back home, and the probes are so fucking expensive. They're like 80 grand a piece. I'm not gonna make any of this rocket recoverable. Because I feel like if I did, we would make a profit on it. And we're just getting this monstrous discount. Hello, Anadin. How's your day going, sir? You having a good Friday? Damn. Now that I'm putting the little Ullage motors on here, I'm realizing that this is actually fucking huge. It's a biggin'. I think that'll be fine, even though it's kind of upside down. Check my symmetry before I move it in there, since I can't see both sides at the same time. I guess I can from this angle. And I just want you to poke out a little bit. Just like so. Check my symmetry, looks okay. Got anything going on this this weekend, sir? And right there. And a dick going on. I'm gonna play a bunch of Civilization. That is literally it. Just the extent of my plans. Maybe watch a movie. I've been watching, I think it's called like Blown Away or something like that. It's about glass blowers. On Netflix. I figured, you know, fuck it, let's check it out. It's actually really good. I like it. I'm enjoying it. And then I wonder if I shouldn't turn these engines the other way so they're side by side, because I believe that they can only gimbal this way and this way. But I guess this one, I think that one can gimbal too. That work right now? Oh, darn it. Well, hopefully it's going smooth. I think I want to go a little bit bigger on the fuel. We're pretty close to our DV targets by this point here, when we switch over to our atmospheric, non-atmospheric upper stage. Pretty close. We need 4,900 DV minimum just to get up into an orbit. And I'm debating on also whether I should take some fuel out of this and put it into these side stacks. I think we can take this out for a test flight now, though, and see how short we're gonna be. This also only has one probe, and I would like to change that up. I would like to hopefully be able to do 2 probes on the same heavy lifter. But let's go ahead and save that. Take it out to the pad and see how she does. Customers and deliveries, so kind of a slow day. I hate that. There's a sweet spot there where you're busy enough so that the day flies by, but you're not like overwhelmed. Gotta hate it when it's too slow or when it's too busy. We gotta bring our guys home in a little bit from the hotel too. Ooh. Do I not have lighting? Okay, I do. It's all the way up there. Interesting. Usually I would put it on the base of this, shine upwards so that we shed it, but, oh, that works. Let's see how she does. SAS on, lighting on, throttle all the way up. We're going to start at a 1.53 thrust to weight ratio. And 3, 2, 1, go. Oh yeah. Hopping off the pad. Digging that. These side tanks are not gonna last very long. Lights and wrenches. Exactly. I can't wait until we get to the point where we need wrenches. I think we need to start putting pieces of our station science station up. Get the habitat portion and everything up there. And that station, I don't want that one to be a hotel. since it's going to be somewhat temporary as far as our stations go. Oh, oh. I better throttle up, too. Matter of fact, I want to relaunch this with my throttle all the way up. I was at a 1.2 thrust-to-weight ratio on the transition there. I don't think we're going to max out so high that I even need to worry about throttling back, but I want to see what we'll be at if I just stay at full throttle. So, back to launch. Because what I might do is a set of solid rocket boosters to take some of the thrust off of these guys so that the liquid boosters last a little bit longer. And I do think that I'm going to take some of the fuel out of that really huge center stack. Maybe go with a smaller engine here. Take some of that fuel out of here and put it into the side stacks. Maybe make them about the same size. I think we can cut the height of this thing down at least in half. But same old, lights on, SAS on, throttle all the way up. We were at a 1.24, I think, so let's see if we can improve on that, if we burn through a little bit more fuel and get to a higher altitude before we disconnect. From 7 to 10, and then afterward it's dead silent. Oh no. Do you work nights or mornings? Is that AM or PM? I guess it's not that bad though, if you can get paid to watch Twitch. 1.2, it was worse. How was it worse? So confused. Yeah, okay, let's go revamp this. I want to improve on that. Back into the VAB. I'm going to enlarge the diameter of the side stacks. I'm going to decrease the length of the center stack. Just to start off with. So, I want to go up to 2.5s on the side stacks. Cut that thing down quite a bit. We'll end up fiddling with it. Might have to go with more powerful engines now on these side stacks. Maybe. A couple of different things I gotta change around if I can get my... Nope, doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to, so I'm just gonna pick up the fuel line. I was just gonna move the connection, but... do I need you yet? Let's just have these out on the side for now. And apparently I don't have symmetry enabled at all. Just leave them out on the side where they're easier to get at. Oh, did I still have 4 extra separation rockets in here? I thought I took those out before we logged out. I sure as shit didn't, did I? Oh, I think those are the 4 that go to this. When I resized it, they got moved up. I did take out those 4 before we logged out. Thought for a second there maybe I had loaded up the wrong version of this, but I don't think so. I think as far as that part goes, we're good. And those just make that fuck off so that we can hot stage this, but since none of it's going to be recoverable, they're really not even actually necessary. We can just fire up the engine. And it should all be fine. Our thrust to weight ratio with this engine is 4? Shut the front door. Really? Oh, I think, yeah. I think our max out with this engine is 4 for just a second there after we get rid of our payload fairing. Pretty sure that's what that's telling me. And these are in the wrong spot entirely. Those go up there. There we go, now we're getting slightly more accurate statistics. So we definitely can add fuel. And I would prefer to add that to the booster so that we're shedding the extra weight. I think it'll look better too. I guess I can go all the way up to maximum size. That looks fucking stupid. Whoop, I don't want to lower on here, my bad. You go back to where you were at. You silly goose. And I want to take care of stats before I mess around with the dimensions, or the location of any of the attached parts. Yeah, I don't want an upper on that. It looks like absolute shit. None of that. I think the nose is fine. I think I'm going to add a little bit of length to this one so that it looks a little bit better with the boosters. And so that we get some extra DV. I'm going to level out my nozzles to here. I think that looks about right. Okay, I gotta fix my staging before I do anything else, so... or do I? No, I need to switch back over to atmospheric. Okay, something happened. What have I done? Did I really add that much weight? Uh-oh. I wasn't reading something properly. So we had separation of the side stacks. Payload fairing will almost definitely go down here. What did I do to take us down to a thrust to weight ratio of 1? I decreased the amount of fuel that was in here through the core. Oh! How did I switch it over to ore? The hell? We don't want ore for fuel. Yeah, we're not gonna get anywhere near as good a gas mileage out of ore. Okay, we fixed it. And do I want to go any lower? I don't think so. I think if anything, maybe more fuel in the center there. Do I have a limiter on any of you? Okay, just double checking. Doesn't look like I do. I have no idea how the hell I switched that over to ore. Okay, let's put these on proper like. I think I'm gonna put them all the way down here. Something like yeah. And then I gotta move our separation rockets, and I think I might remove them. I don't know if these are actually going to be powerful enough for the job anymore. We'll give them a shot. We'll let them try. But if these stacks don't seem to move away from us when we separate them, we'll just get rid of them and upgrade them to a more powerful solid rocket. Okay, let's give it another test. Just gonna save it over the previous version. No pilot or anything to worry about. launch it. Not much, just redistributing the fuel. You didn't miss much. I'm going to go with a smaller center tank and put a lot of that fuel out on the side tank so that we shed the extra weight. Go for a more favorable thrust to weight ratio during the transition there. And on the pad. So, I mean, everything just got a little bit better, hopefully. Alright, let's see if I missed anything. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, I did. I missed auto struts. We're gonna need those. That or, you know, proper struts, like add some actual struts. I can't tell if these... I mean, they definitely gimbal side to side. Yeah, they do have a little bit of gimbal in the direction that we're turning. I don't know if that center engine does. That would definitely explain a lot of that loss of control that I had. I'm totally borking our turn here. It's pretty wobbly without the auto struts, and I was messing around, pointing a little bit to the south too, but I don't think it's enough to, you know, have to restart or anything. So by 6 kilometers, we're at a thrust to weight ratio of over 2 now. Surface speed approaching 350 meters a second. It's pretty fast for that low, but we are burning through fuel very quickly. So it might be okay. Let's see how these separate. Ooh, look at the moonrise. It's a little sluggish, but it did work. TWR of 1.7 now instead of 1.2. And we're totally full on fuel. It's our AP at 34 already. Nice. So I'm going to continue to lay over then. Is that the sun, or are we going... We can't be going so fast that we're starting to glow. It must just be the sunlight hitting. I need to go way more aggressively into this gravity turn. Getting a hell of a lob out of it. Which for the most part isn't too bad of a deal. Stayed at full throttle, thrust to weight ratio approaching 2.5, and we're at 41 kilometers of altitude. Got our AP up to 75. Gonna get rid of that little payload fairing pretty quick here. We're only halfway through our fuel. I think this main stage here is coming to orbit with us. There's our 85 target. We're at about 60 kilometers. We get right on the 90 line. I'm going to go ahead and stage the payload fairing. Just kick that out of there. We'll keep pushing. AP slowly, or time to AP slowly crawling up there. It's at about 1.5 minutes now. Actual AP is a little higher than I would like, but this thing's heading to the moon, so it doesn't matter too much, and we're almost out of fuel. It looks like we're going to end up circularizing at about 100 kilometers. I'm going to go ahead and cut the throttle now that we've activated this engine. And I think I'm just going to add a maneuver at AP to circularize. Uh-oh. I was gonna say, I think it'll have enough power. Oh yeah, okay. For a second there, I thought we had 1.5 minutes burn. Just a little high. And activate the monoprop. I believe all of our monoprop at the moment is up here. I don't think I have any in this, so that'd definitely be a change that I would like to make to this. I want it to have dedicated monopropellant for the kickout stage, our maneuvering stage here. The last video I caught, yeah, I think the engine test, I did catch that. Pretty crazy. Not about their recovery pod. I don't think I saw that part. What did I miss? Do you have a link to it? I really enjoy the look of these nozzles. Both the ones up here and the ones back here and the ones up on the front. They look really good. So as far as this stage goes, I think what I want to do is split off from a central tank to 2 different side boosters. We'll have 3 of them that work together, and then kind of similar to how we separate from a center stack and we discard our boosters on the side, but the opposite. What I want to try is something narrower here and on this side, with a tank in the middle that will actually be the drop tank, to deploy 2 of these at a time. Maybe. I'm just gonna quick math it on how much fuel we need in the center, and I think if we double that, we should be okay. Take maybe 1,000 DV off of this stage. So I believe that it's gonna need less than 2,000 now. We'll aim for like 2,500, just to be safe. So we're not very circular, we're fairly eccentric. 103 kilometers by 96. Could have gone better. I think it's time to... Oh, and another consideration, we should probably flip that around. I want to see if these rockets pointing at the solar panels will cause any damage. It looks like they're okay. I think I'm going to quarter turn those, though, so that the retro rockets aren't pointing directly at the solar panels there. Should we test this thing for re-entry? I know that we did once. And to be quite honest, I can't even remember how it went. Could have gone good, might have gone terrible, I don't know. Oh, sweet, thank you for the link. Throw it up there and check it out. Want to get done. I remember, like, repositioning the grid fins. I just don't remember how it actually performed on re-entry. I also remember being fairly surprised that our solar panels survived all of it. It's nearly daytime. We've still got about 1/3 of a day, maybe, before we'll go ahead and deorbit our tourists, I think. We're completely full on monoprop, so that is going to add weight to the vessel, and it might make things a little bit more difficult here, but I want to see how it'll do for re-entry. Same for 55, I think that's generally safe. Oh, I had thought that both of them would be retracting. You come in too. We've already activated our parachutes with our separation of the last stage. Let's see how this thing does. It's coming in fairly from a fairly high altitude too, about 15 kilometers of higher in altitude than I normally would do. Before I forget, better deploy these little guys. Is that not what I need? Oh, I need to extend the fins. My bad. I don't know if that's different than last time or not. Ooh, and they are set up for a hard roll. I wonder why. Because I ticked deploy. I don't want that. Alright, so I moved them a little bit further down. They're not going to have as much access to air resistance at all, but we'll see if they help out. Got our heat shield on our nose, so we're holding prograde throughout the descent. Stay in time warp as long as I can. So I'm pretty sure that we had a successful re-entry attempt. I know that we've tested this out maybe 2 or 3 times, though, different versions of it. And I think I resized the chutes. Hopefully, it'll work out okay. So we do want this to be able to lay down on its belly. There was one other thing that I do need to do, probably anyway. I should probably grab a long-range antenna. Throw that on here somewhere. Probably on the belly. It's a little dangerous. I don't know, maybe inside of the bay with all the equipment. So by the time we're back, the bay doors will be closed so that we can retract the solar panels anyway. And then it'll be protected on re-entry a lot better if it's inside the bay. Kind of trying to keep an eye on these grid fins to make sure that they do what we want them to do. I guess I could put them off at a 45 degree and then swap out our nozzles for I don't know, maybe 5-way ports. 2-way is all I should really need, though. Need something that'll burst out in every direction, out to the side, and something that can burst directly backward. Be ideal. Forward really shouldn't be all that necessary, though, because it's fairly nimble. And it's not like it's going to have to dock to anything. So we're going to come in way hotter than we normally would. We've got a lot of extra weight inside this thing. Seems to be doing just fine. Only thing getting hot is our heat shield so far. Let's see if it can stay pointed forward. Because it still does have a larger fuel tank on the back, so our weight is definitely on the back of it. I did add a reaction wheel right behind the heat shield, and then an additional tank here. And the hope was that I would drain the fuel out of this and then start to pull on this one, but never really went and fiddled with it. I think if I added a fuel line and something to break crossfeed in there, it might be a little bit more successful with that. Maybe even use a toggle and exhaust all the fuel in this, and then toggle access to this tank on after the fact. Because I do want any of our remaining ballast to be up in the front. So I can definitely tell that it's starting to push to the side, and now we can see that air resistance is starting to overheat our rear tank, which is no good. We have 2 of our parachutes back there. I'm not in... No, okay. Just double checking, making sure I'm not in physics warp. I may move the grid fins a little bit further up on the back part of that. A little bit closer to here. That might help a little bit, I'm not really sure. We're down to 1300 meters a second though, so we shouldn't have anything to worry about. Yeah, looking good. Should be popping our drogue chute, and that should hopefully, well, I don't have anywhere to reposition that. That's totally a bitch. Because the whole purpose of the drogue, I guess it's fine. I was hoping that the drogue would encourage it to flip the other way, but it looks like I need the drogue on the belly if I want these to deploy upward. So we're going to do a little flip here. And I'm trying to vend as much monoprop as I can. But we have like 323, and our little nozzles barely use any. We can physics warp at this time, at this point though. What I'm looking for, the last thing here, is will it lay down flat? And we'll let this one go ahead and set down as long as it slows it down adequately. We were coming in a little bit fast before. Wow, that is pretty good. Totally guessed at what to put those at. So I could totally downsize the front one, but we are coming in at 6.6 meters a second. I think that'll actually be totally within tolerance when we're empty, when we don't have so much monopropellant in here. And then I guess another consideration is if it is empty, then the back with the larger tank is going to weigh more. So I think it would lay more flat too, if the front were just slightly lighter and the back were quite a bit lighter. I might be wrong on that. Might actually pop it up even more. Let's let it set down though, just to see how it do. I'll go ahead and take RCS and SAS off. I don't think we're going to have a problem at 6.2. Minor problem, we did lose the grid fins on the back, and that may not happen if I fold them in. It looks like the monopropellant nozzles are just fine. All in all though, even if I did have to lose the grid fins, totally worth. So let's go and start working on making this a dual launcher. I want to try and put 2 of these bad boys up into orbit. I think I may switch the middle engine off for something with more power. So I want to keep that. I think that these can keep the Marlin. And is that stock size for Marlin? Did I downsize that? I'm okay with downsizing it once or twice so that it fits well. Okay, so it's already been downsized, so I don't want to go any smaller, I don't think. But as far as this goes, we've got about 3,000 fuel in it right now. If we lower its diameter, we take it down by less than half. Let's change the lower to something that'll match up with the engine a little bit better. And I think I actually want to change the mount. Or just go with that one. That actually looks just fine, doesn't it? I do need an upper though. Or I guess I could probably swap that out with a different plate. This is a 2.5 meter. We're gonna have two different shells on this. Yeah, it looks like everything fits just fine. Before I work on that, actually, let's add some antennas. And I think we only need the one. What do we want to go with? I wonder if a high gain... Probe's so fucking small, I don't think I can make a high gain antenna fit. Trying to see if it's clipping into any of our experiments. It actually doesn't look like it, but that's not going to work, I don't think. That might work. My problem is, how is the hinge going to work here? Because the hinge actually has to be inside the probe. Or inside the doors there, and not block the doors. I don't think that I have enough room between the experiments and the front there. I do have some room where I could shift the payload back. That would throw off all of our weight, though. And I think this is going to work out better if I attach to the bottom, too. Really, I just need a new home for this one experiment. I'm still clipping into that one experiment just a little bit. I wonder if I could fit it up on the roof there. I do have a little bit of room. I could transfer the goo experiments downward just a little bit, shift all this down. Maybe that'll allow enough room for it to be attached to the roof. And I have to remember that these extend twice, so I need to leave enough room for them to be able to do that without clipping through anything. Okay, I really like how that part works. Although, I think I want it pointed the other way, and I don't know if I have an option for that. I have it on axial. Oh, I do. Axial reversed. Perfect. I don't know, actually, maybe down here. If it really comes down to it, I don't have to have this experiment displayed. I could just hide it somewhere, but I would like for it to be displayed. I could also put it up in the top bay. I think that's the easiest way to go about it, honestly. You live here now. I don't see any other problems. Let's see if the doors can shut with it there. And I wonder if that's because of where I attached it. So just for test, I'm gonna move it like way in there, even though it's clipping into shit. Okay, no, so it's actually based on where it is. Let's leave those doors closed. I'm just not going to be able to use it. Not unless I reposition this guy. And even then, it's just a little too wide. Do we try it, or do we go for a different antenna? I think we just go for a different antenna. Oh shit. Can I not click on you now? Antenna? Oh, apparently up there will work. Same antenna but different. I think we're gonna be a hell of a lot more happy with this one. Perfect. I like that a lot, actually. I think it's definitely a worthwhile addition. What are the stats for this antenna? So we have a 90-degree cone angle, perfect, and 80 megameters of power, also perfect. Believe it. That'll be plenty for us to communicate directly with the homeworld without having to use any satellites if we have line of sight. And if we don't, I think it'll still be fine. I think we'll be able to receive signals no problem with our Omni antenna. At least I don't foresee any issues. We could also go with the Comtech. I just am not positive if it's going to have enough power, and I would likely, if I went with the ComTech, I would probably mount it to the top of this, pointed outward, kind of opposite of our magnetometer. Because I really don't see anywhere else that I would attach it. I guess I could put it up here and just extend it kind of outward that way. But I like the high gain antenna. I think I'm pretty happy with it. So the antenna does have a bit of weight to it, and that should allow us easier placement of our little ballast tank here. This is just a tiny ore tank, and I'm using it to offset some of our torque. I may actually need to get rid of it entirely. No. Actually, it needs to be larger. So I'm just looking up here at my torque, trying to find kind of where the tank needs to go. There. Damn near perfect. And the cool thing about making that bigger is we add additional weight. Even if this thing were totally out of fuel, we had additional weight up at the top where our heat shield is. So I like that part. The second part that I want to fiddle with is the grid fins. I think that exposing them a little bit more would increase their efficiency. And I'm kind of thinking right above our nozzles might be okay. And I've only moved them up a little bit. I'm a little tempted to actually put them all the way back on the outside. They were destroyed on one of our re-entry tests with them in this position. But I also don't think that I had them in the right orientation. Oh yeah, I think that looks way better. Howdy, Isley. How you doing today? How's the noise levels? Hopefully not too bad. I think I'm gonna place this down here. Everything that I do to this, unfortunately, is going to change where that ballast needs to be. But I'm hoping it won't be too bad. Okay, you go back to where you were. Oh, I have angle snap on. No wonder it's angle snapping. That explains it. Mystery solved. And I have no idea if I want to go with a widespread angle for these. I definitely don't want them to clip into one another too badly, but this little guy I think just goes right in there. So I don't think I'm going to change the size of the parachutes quite yet. That did throw off our ballast. I wonder if it makes more sense for these to go to the other end of the vessel. I'm trying to think if they would interfere with our experiments without me turning anything. If I were to move the magnetometer arm to the back behind those other experiments, that would take care of that problem, but the RPWS might be a problem. Oh, nice, the wind is helping you out. Yeah, the upper stage is a little tiny science probe, so we want it to be completely recoverable. We want to be able to bring back... The whole goal here is to exhaust all the science in a high space and low space around the moons. We're also going to use these for other planets too. But I was thinking this might need to be moved up there, and so now I'm considering how I would reposition the payload if I were to do that. It would add additional weight to the front. It would eliminate the potential for us to block anything. The RPWS won't be a problem. The magnetometer would need to be moved though. The magnetometer is definitely going to have a problem with that. So the magnetometer can go on the back, and then it would deploy outward this way, where the solar panels would be right there. I'm just thinking, would the solar panels be better protected if they were closer to the heat shield and tucked in a little bit? Do you think? Because if they're going to be better protected, then I think it's worth doing. I don't want to reposition the camera. I still want our belly to be exposed to the surface of whatever we're in orbit around. Really? I can't attach you with angle snap, you little son of a bitch? Works fine there, but it didn't want to do it on the sides. Hell, I think that'll work out. Now, I may actually be encouraging for them to be destroyed, but I feel like the turbulence of having them attached back here, or sorry, the turbulence created by the heat shield, if they're attached back there, they should definitely be torn off. They weren't. And I was very surprised about it. I honestly had considered just not even retracting them and making them a fairly disposable part. Let's go and retract all these. But I do think that they're going to be better off up there. Clear them out of the way for the rest of this. So I did make a lot of changes to this. Oh shit. I gotta move the magnetometer a little bit further back in. I noticed that it was kind of sticking out there. It's also going to hide the bottom of that magnetometer. We'll take a look inside to make sure that it looks okay, though. I'm checking clearance, make sure that we're not clipping into anything when we deploy. Nope. Looks fine. Welcome back. Nice. Already home. Welcome home. We're repositioning a few things. And I think it'll work out pretty good. Now, why do I have so many goddamn solid rocket boosters in there? What have I done? Did I still didn't take these out? I didn't load the wrong version, did I? No, we've got liquid boosters, so this should be the right version. We are going to have to reposition all that since I changed the size of this. But we shouldn't have had the extra 4 boosters. There's no reason at all for this thing to have 6 separation rockets. Howdy, Arctic. I'm actually kind of thinking, just so that it doesn't change this thing's trajectory, let's go ahead and reattach that. I'm going to get rid of those. I'm going to go with those little baby Separatrons. I think those are the smallest one that we have. They weigh 0.07. And this one's 0.3. Yeah. I think I'm just going to go with the little Separatrons, the stock ones. And I'm going to take all the fuel out of it, except for enough to do just one little poof. Oh, and I need to put my plate back in before I put those in position. I also need to move the lights. Let's grab those right quickly. And do I want the lights all the way at the top anymore? I don't think I do. I think I want them all the way at the bottom, actually. Let's get our nozzles back in position. And if I can get it to work right, I'd kind of like to just kind of tuck them into the bottom of the bell here. Oh, nice. I haven't seen the current stage yet. Check it out. This is what's going on in Isley's backyard. Where do I click for the main stage? Oh, that looks amazing. With the big books and everything. Oh, wow. Oh, hello. Very cool. I bet it's loud AF. So the reason that I took all that fuel out of there is once I've got this thing on a collision course and we separate from it, I don't want it to deviate from that collision course. So we're going to wait as long as possible before we actually stage it. And then I just want it to move away from us a smidge. And I may actually just take those out and go with the decoupler force, I'm not sure. I think overall I'm fairly happy with that. I still feel like this is way too much. 3,500 DV. I don't know. That'll go back there. I want these guys all the way down here somewhere. for the main lighting. I might go smaller on this. By just a little bit. Problem is then I'm packing way too much engine, but I don't like to downsize them too much with tweak scale. I've made a little bit smaller. How's Shaq a DJ? I'd imagine he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Right? And then I'm trying to think of how the hell to save this part as a sub-assembly. Kind of coming up blank. Because don't I need an attachment point to save it as a sub-assembly? Oh, another very important thing. This needs to have two sides, and they need to eject upward and downward. And it looks like it's defaulted to that already, so we got lucky. Maybe I don't need to save it as a sub-assembly. I think what I want to do is a parent part that's on the center probe, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna get rid of the nose cone on those, because I just don't think it's gonna work out to have them. And I'll probably do an interstage fairing, but then spacing is gonna be very important between this and these. I might not be able to do a fairing there, but for now I'm gonna get rid of that. We might add a shorter one later. Morning, LGG. I'm in a bit of a pickle here. I'm trying to... Basically, I want a copy of this entire thing. I want a second probe. I want one probe here. I want a center stack, and then I want the other probe here. And I want the center stack to be a drop tank. But I am drawing a total blank on how the hell to go about that. Heat pattern. Tell us more. So that's a brand new mod that you're working on, huh? Is that like a memory manager kind of thing? What does heat pattern do? Well, I'm gonna try to save it as a sub-assembly, but I don't think I can. I could put a docking port on the bottom that may allow me to reattach it, but I need to radially attach it. I forgot how to make a sub-assembly. I need retrained. Yeah, it's not gonna let me just save it as is. What about a radial attachment point? The spin-off from memgraph? Sweet. Awesome. I couldn't think of anything else that heap would imply. So, good name. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. If we end up having to do a reboot, I'll try to remember and I'll just add it in the middle. And then to compensate for that being over here, I think I need to actually move this part to compensate. Well, I can't get it perfect. So another thing that I can do is use the Separatrons as ballast. If I can click on them. Come to Pappy. And then we just attach them the same way but different. Actually I want this quarter turned. Are you not gonna let me? You pain in the butt. I want one on this side and one on this side. I could put them on independently, I guess, and then just move them into position. Shouldn't matter as long as they're pointed forward. Released updates to toolbar and toolbar controller. Oh, sweet. Okay. Let me make sure that I'm gonna make a list to make sure that I get all of those updated. How's the transition to 1.7.3 going? Update toolbar. And now I can take out Umblr once I do that? Or is that still going to be a requirement for other mods? Shouldn't hurt anything having it in there, should it? I'm sure it takes a lot of time. Okay, cool. I'll leave that one in then. So I think what I'm gonna do is attach these here, because that's where I need them. Then detach this, move it there, then take this off, because I only want one of them. And let's see if it'll allow me to move these now. Nope. It reverted it. So I need them in position before I flip the tank. How the hell am I going to do that? Actually, should be okay, right? Oh, I need to fix my staging too. Hold on. So these will be part of the decoupling action, so they need to go all the way up there. Otherwise, I'm just throwing off my thrust torque from the engine. And the payload won't be a factor, that'll be down here. Darn it, my Separatrons aren't quite large enough to do all the work themselves. I can't move them much further out to the edge than that. Do I want to go with larger ones? Is that what happened? Did it actually catch fire? It didn't look like it was intentional at all, but I thought it was just a big old flame out. They dumped way too much of one fuel or the other. And it ignited. We are making a dual probe launcher right now. At least we're hoping that we're gonna make a dual launcher right now. And then for the parent part, that'll have to be a decoupler. I could use a docking port. I would prefer to use a decoupler though. And I want the decoupler to stay attached to whatever we attach this to. I'm gonna make a copy of that and pull the decoupler off of it so that I have the right size. And then I'm hoping if I reroute to the decoupler that I can save that as a subassembly. I think the orientation of everything will work out. Let's move that over to there. Sub-assemblies. Save. Do you have a decoupler? You do. Okay. We'll just save the lifter too. Because I want the new part. Yeah, I'm gonna lose that, but that's okay. Then I want new. Definitely don't save any of that. And this will be the actually the same as it's just gonna be the side probe lifter. So for the science probe lifter, I don't want the root part to be SST because it does funny shit. I want it to be pretty much any probe core. Let's go ahead and just choose that one. Then I also shouldn't actually need any other kind of probes. That should be just fine. No, it definitely caught fire. It looked like a hell of a thing. I didn't have the best view of what was going on at the engine, but it was a hell of a fireball, wasn't it? The whole purpose of this is just to keep the probes themselves completely full of fuel when we achieve orbit. So we'll go with an SST tank. Probably a payload bay. I think that we'll be able to fit everything that we need in a payload bay. And actually, while we're here, since we don't have the Hex 2 probe core, I believe that the Octo 2 is our most advanced one. We have the Octo 2, and the Hex. And I think that this is our best one. I could be wrong. If you know of one that's even better, let me know. I'm going to throw an SST probe core on there, and I'm just going to make it about the same size. It doesn't have reaction wheels or anything, so it shouldn't matter too much. I want a little internal reaction wheel. Probably on the top, though, don't I? Or should we go with radials for this? What I'm doing is making a subassembly because we're going to use this quite frequently. Actually, there's no point, is there? I could do that, but then I'm gonna have to reroute and throw away a base part every time I do it, so maybe I won't. Am I in the wrong spot? No, I'm good. See, what I was thinking is, since we use these so often, and they're basically all the same... No, actually, yeah, I think we will save time, won't we? If we just make one standard one. Standardize all the things. Load it up, Oh, you son of a bitch. Why won't you attach to the bottom of that? Get out of here. There. So anytime I'm using one that's in this diameter, I hopefully will be able to just load it up, but I don't know if it's actually gonna work for a new root part. Oh, thank you for the link, LGG. I just watched the video real quick. I didn't actually read up on any more of it. I assumed that nobody was hurt, so... long as nobody got hurt. I want everything inside of this thing to clear. And that part all looks good. I do want the probe core with the label pointed toward the pad, though, I think. Because typically we'll be nosing down into our gravity turn, right? Okay, and I'm not sure if I can save this as sub-assembly. I may have to make the service bay the actual root part. So when we start a new vessel, if it's going to be in this diameter and use this type of probe core... oh, a couple more things, actually, before I forget. Our engineer chip. Thank you for the host, Private Paula. And good morning. Good time zone to you. You right in the middle, you little pain in the ass. Cool, I think it is. And then on top of that, an Omni antenna. Now, usually I would go with the OPT because it's so much more powerful. Yeah, I think I still will. I'm just not sure if I'm gonna like how it looks. I was hoping I could get it to attach to the attachment point on the bottom of the capacitor, but it doesn't seem to want to. Well, screw it. Should be pretty close to central. It's going straight through the readout for the engineering chip, but oh well. Are there any more basics that I would need for this? I don't believe that there are. We've got power storage. The only other thing I guess would be maybe a solar panel on either side of the hinges for the doors. Morning, Tally. What are you guys doing with your weekend? Anybody got any plans? I think that's all fine. Let's see if it'll let me save it as a sub-assembly, as is. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to reroute. I think that's all I need. Going to a CRS 18 launch on Sunday. That's awesome. Record it. Bring us with you. Let us live through you. Okay, so hopefully that little bit of work will make the future versions of this much easier. Let's go back for this to the root part of the core itself, the probe core itself. Throw that guy back on there. This tank should be able to remain fairly small, I think. Then I need a surface attach point. I need another tank on the top of it to use as kind of a nose cone, or I could just put the put a nose cone, like a proper nose cone. You got a 15-ton excavator to do your backyard? Holy shit, are you making a pool? Oh, nice, you got farmed together? That's awesome. Have you tried it yet? My buddy, Bricktree, who a lot of you probably have met. He was running a farm together server. I never did buy into it, but I know that all of my friends had a lot of fun on there. They had a pretty impressive farm going after a while. I need to look into that one again. It's been a while. It's probably advanced quite a bit. That was... God, it's gotta be about a year ago now. I think it looks good on you, Jack. Good morning, sir. Yeah, I went through and updated, like, our mods list and everything, like, because there's some people that have been mods for, like, 5 years that just don't use Twitch anymore. And then I went and made sure that I kind of updated the VIP list, but that part will be a work in progress. We're gonna have a couple more that I wanted to add that I haven't yet. What do I want to do for a nose on this? Well, let's load up our sub-assemblies first off. I need to throw an engine on here, but I think I want to make a copy of the engine that'll be on the side stacks. So the first thing that I want is, let's see, the Omni Probe. Also need the lifter. Omni Probe, there she is. I already see a problem. So I had made sure that the solar panels would be oriented in the proper direction, but I didn't make sure that the fairing would be. And I wonder how pissy this thing's gonna be if I just pick it up. So that'll have to go like that. So one probe will be facing kind of back and the other one will be facing forward. I want an additional fuel tank on the top, like I had said. What the fuck are you attaching to? Attach to the top, you weirdo. Did it work? It worked! Yay! Been mainlining it since Wednesday afternoon? Nice. How many hours do you have in already then? I don't know. With the two working in conjunction, I might just not even need to add an engine to this. We'll just use it as a drop tank. A bits donator tag and a gift sub tag. I think you enable those on your end though, don't you? Doing some terraforming. Oh my goodness. Can I borrow that? That looks like a lot of fun. Ooh, I like how your property is elevated relative to the other structures. My last house, I got a little fucked over on that. I was lower than everyone else. It sucked. Ruined my view, drainage issues. It was all bad. I'm gonna try to make the center stack roughly equal to the outer stacks. And then we'll see if this is all actually gonna work out. Do I care if this attaches to the door that? I probably don't. I think that'll be fine. And then for this one, let's find a top that we like. And I'm gonna do the same thing on the lower, or something similar. Because I don't actually need to mount anything to this, I don't think. I'll just go with that. Oh, I do. I totally do. I'm an idiot. This needs, this needs to be able to attach to the damn decoupler here. We don't want to remain permanently attached to it, do we? No, the vast majority of the scaling that I do is done with tweak scale, yes. Well, I don't really see any reason to have an inner stage there anymore, now that I've done this. I wonder, I don't think I can flare out enough to use a larger one, but maybe. Because I only have the 2.5 meter? No, that's the biggest one that I have. 1.8, 1.25. I won't get the 3.5 for a minute here. I do have a 5 meter though. Wonder if we can fit all of these inside of a fairing. We wouldn't need the nose cone fairings anymore. Jesus, 9 more hours until you've got 600 hours? Nice, Dom. Oh, the hide option. These, this part, when I'm changing the configuration of the tanks, that's all part of a mod called SSTU. Sorry, I thought you meant just the scale option. What we're changing is the core, the lower, the upper. You also have tops, different variants, which I believe are just the look of it. And then you have textures too. Then you have your diameter here, and you can also change your field types. And it does it all kind of its own way. So actually a really impressive mod. Look at the dome on that one. What do you guys think? With or without the fairing? If we do it without the fairing, then I am going to want a fairing that will cover up the engines at least on these. And we'll just do a decoupler and an individual fairing plate for those. And then we'll go straight from an adapter here on the top of this one that's just the size of the decoupler in the center. That'll separate the payload, and then we'll have an additional action group that will expose the payload and the whatchamacallit. Yeah, very thick, very big, very buku fairing for sure. Thing is flipping huge, and it's gonna look kind of funny. That's one option. Another way that we could go is something more like that. And keep these two fairings. If I go with one large overall fairing, then these two fairings can go. There's no reason to have that plate in there. I don't know, I think I like this a little bit better. But I do want to cover up the engines. So I might need to go with an actual adapter tank, something to make the nose of this lead up into this diameter for more of a standoff. Otherwise, though, I want those, and I want some decouplers. There's just not quite enough room. I need a 1.85 nose cone. Maybe it would fit better if I went with something like that, though. I don't know why I repositioned those, because when I put the nose cone back on, pretty sure they need to move back up. Am I on the wrong option? Totally am. What do you think? Too funky? I think it looks better than that fairing, though. Now let's see if we can make the damn thing work. You get out of here. Funky but good. I think this will look better without the curved nose cone. I'm gonna pop one of those on there and scale her down. Yeah. Much more better. If I go with a pointing one, it'll match the top a little bit better. I definitely don't want to have to rebuild the fairing, I don't think. And then I want, I think, 2 sets of fuel lines. I'm not sure if one set will do the trick. I'm never gonna find them in engines, though, am I? I want to try one first. One for both sides. And the whole point here is just to have a drop tank in the center. then the drop tank itself does need to fuck off. So back over to engines. We're gonna grab some relatively beefy retro rockets. Yeah, let's just go for these guys. Would I rather have them up at the top? Maybe not. Probably something just like that. Could put them at the bottom of it too to drag it away. Might be smarter, huh? All the way down there. Yeah. Going pretty good, Apex. How you doing? Working on a dual probe launcher. We're hoping for the best. Get my auto struts in. And we're probably ready for a test flight once I fix my staging. We did add a little bit of weight to it, but we know that our engines are fairly powerful, so I think that might be okay. We're gonna have one stage that's a little funky here, because I don't want to expose the engines until this is out of the way. So the one stage is going to be this set of payload fairings, and that'll be much lower in the staging. This set is going to be coupled in with the disconnection from the lifter. I don't have a fairing plate to hide those in anymore, so I'm just going to move them up there. De-doted? 0/ is like a wave. Like a guy's head with his arm up in the air, doing a wave. Okay, so I've driven the power down a little bit lower than I would like. The next stage is going to be these guys. Get rid of them. I'd already talked about adding a set of solid rocket boosters, and I think it's going to be necessary now. The lighting needs moved too. Right down to there. Control surfaces. And about there-ish. Looks like our little separation rockets are just fine for the side stacks. We're gonna drop these off suborbital and then ignite the engine, so I think that'll be fine. And it looks like our fairings are going to separate upward and downward, so I'm definitely cool with that. So we want those little guys, and then both of these sets of SRBs go into this stage there. And then I think at that point we'll have to do the payload fairings up at the top. So that'll be those two. And all of this is going to go into the same stage. That'll go here. Ignition of the upper engines will go here. That goes in here. Then we have the two bottom fairings, those go in there too. Then I want to fire those 4 rockets when I separate from the drop tank in the center. And it looks like everything else is right where we need it to be. I think we're totally ready for a test flight. I do have a little bit of thrust torque. Do I want to fix it? Or is it just going to be a fucking nightmare? Let's see if we actually need to fix it. I may not need to. Might be okay. I'm a little confused here. Why do we have a 10.25 thrust to weight ratio for 2.5 seconds? It's gotta be the SRBs for the separation stage, but why is it showing it to me? Funky. I have no idea. I don't know, I am tempted to put a structural piece on the bottom of this and then have a fairing plate to hide all these retro rockets, the separation rockets, but I don't think I'm going to worry too much about that. Cyprobe lifter, version 1, let's take it up for test flight. See how she do. Oh man, I'm almost out of iced coffee. Bummer, dude. Nah, I typically don't upload them. Just take some screenshots. Just because I use so many fucking mods. But if you're ever interested in one, if you want to give one a shot, just let me know. Because I'll totally throw the craft file up in the craft sharing channel on YouTube. On YouTube? What? On Discord. Something ain't right. Why are you shimmying and a shaking? I'm gonna need launch stability enhancers. Oh, and I have my probe core bass backwards. Yeah, let's go ahead and revert and we'll do both of those. We'll fix both of those things. I did it perfectly wrong. When I picked up that bay, I think it reoriented it when I saved the subassembly. But all I have to do to fix it is pick the whole thing up and flip it around. Hopefully that'll take care of that part. Then, for the instability on the pad, we're only standing on the one engine. I think it's because it's so damn heavy now. Oh, no problem at all. Just let me know which one you'd like to see. Just throw it up, you know, whenever you want to see one, just put a post up in Discord. And let me know which one. I'll totally upload it. Did I just put that on upside down? Why are you upside down? Try that. Oh my god, is it gonna get hotter, Anadin? I missed 2 days of streaming this week because it was so hot that I just could not sleep. I took like 2 3-hour naps up until last night when I actually got a decent amount of sleep. So I'm trying to recover. But yeah, basically a lot of fans. If there's gonna be a heat wave, we'll just have to be miserable for a little while. There we go. That's not wobbling so bad. And now our probe core is in the proper orientation. SAS on. Throttle up. Lighting looks okay-ish. 3, 2, 1, go. See how she does. We're only at a 135 on the pad, so I might go ahead and... Yeah, I'll almost definitely go and add some solid rocket boosters here, opposite of the liquid fuel boosters, basically. It's gonna get over 100. Yeah, it's been getting over 100. And it's fucking staying there, too. It's like... At nighttime, it's getting down to, like, in the 80s. I'm roasting my balls off. I may need some additional control surfaces. I don't know, I feel like the game's having a hell of a time with what I've done here. And we're yellow clocking on a launch. So there's that. There are a lot of parts, though. So I'm not incredibly surprised. Get our burn time up. Get a right click so that we can see what's going on here. AP's only at 15K. We're about to separate. Alright, so separation went well. TWR is just barely low for the next stage, so all I need is something to help us out a little bit with that very first stage. We'll go ahead and maintain this angle for just a little while longer, and then we'll start laying down again. With the sunrise in it, it does look good, huh? Although it tricks my mind when I start to see this light up. It's got kind of an orange tint to it, and I'm like, oh shit, are we overheating? But we're fine. Start laying us over a bit. The only thing that I'm really worried about is I don't want this to end up in orbit with us at all. Outside of that, no worries. AP's at about 55K, and we're just going to keep pushing. We're down to about half of our fuel in the lifter. Doing pretty good. You don't like our upper stage? Aww. I wish I could do flap fairings, and then I would put one shell over it, but I can't. Ooh, AP's going high. We'll see how the two engines do together when we get up to the top here. Maybe we won't go too high. 26 seconds of burn left in our lifter. And I'm hoping that those fuel lines work properly. I'm not really sure. Minute and 15 to AP. Just about to transition. Oh, I totally forgot the payload fairing like a fucking moron. A lot of things happening all at the same time there. We disconnected from the decoupler in the center. We exposed our engines. And now we're gonna burn. I should have got rid of that payload fairing much earlier, though. That was silly. And ideally, by the time we finish our orbit, we'll only have used up the fuel that's in these two tanks. And they're not being drained, so my fuel lines are fucked. Great. Just great. Well, I definitely need to fix that. I wonder why it's not working, though. This is all just dead weight now. What a bummer. TWR is 1.27, so, I mean, pretty much spot on. I'm a little concerned with, you know, the fact that we're cooking the shit out of this part. I think the payload needs to come down a little bit lower, and the boosters, well, no, what we'll do is a structural tank there on the nose of the lifter. Let's go ahead and cut throttle. At AP, circularize. Once I figure out the fuel line thing, I think we're going to be good to go. We'll see how the next separation goes, though. Where we turn this into 2 individual moon probes. Good morning, Sai. How you doing? It adds very few parts because they're so variable. Like, all of our different tanks are the same damn tank, are just one part. The mounts, the nose cones, all of that stuff are just one part. Like, this whole thing here is one singular part. Thank you for the shout out for Sai. How's TFT going? He's going pro, man. It's gonna be amazeballs. Let's go ahead and time warp a little bit. Just a couple of seconds here. Establish our orbit. Any ideas on the fuel lines? I attached the fuel lines to the center tank and fed from that tank into the side tanks, but for some reason it doesn't actually seem to be transferring any freaking fuel. I don't know why. Go ahead and turn that off. Transition over to control by the probe core. We're gonna have a problem with the solar panels too. Can I extend just one? Or is that gonna extend all 4? I don't think I'm gonna bother until we separate from this. So let's try it out. I'm hoping that our view will stay up here. Let's pick one of these. I'm just gonna start to control it by the probe core that's in here, and we'll see how this all works out. Beautiful. So the retro rockets should have deorbited the center stage, and we're now 2 independent probes that are ready to head off to the moon. For some reason it looks like it repositioned my separation rockets for that stage though. So that's not necessarily a good thing. Yeah, I would have deployed both at once if I had tried to deploy our panels there. I don't want to switch to you. Oh, you son of a bitch. Now it won't let me switch back. It definitely had enough thrust to deorbit this though, so this guy's going bye-bye. And that'll just burn up on re-entry. We basically just made a huge ballistic missile in the center of our 2 science probes. I don't want to lose the ability to revert, so I don't want to go and switch vehicles. I do want to figure out why it's not consuming any of the fuel in the center. No, I haven't played since Rank came out. No, I've been playing a bunch of other stuff. Bunch of Civilization, checking out other strategy games. We're going to take a first look at Simple Rocket, so I haven't tried that one yet. We're going to take a first look at that pretty soon, though. What the hell is going on with our fuel lines? They're definitely in there properly. I'm going to flip the vehicle around and try that again. Maybe I should feed lower. And then just to be sure, I'm also going to enable crossfeed here and here. Oh, I wonder if I have to enable crossfeed on these tanks, actually. Let's try it this way, and then we'll try it the other way. Everything else seemed to go pretty well. I need to change something up in here, though, for sure. Yeah, I love Civ 6. I just got Gathering Storm finally. Yeah, I do want some solid rocket boosters, maybe. It depends on how much fuel we have left in this, because they might not be necessary. I mean, we're losing some efficiency, but we have so much fucking fuel in this that we're getting her done, right? But I need these fuel lines to work properly before I can really make any kind of decision on the SRBs. Doing great, Dutch. How you doing? Good to see you, sir. We're gonna stalk ya. What have you been playing, man? Playing Traveling Outdoors. Oh, nice. You doing some fishing? What are you up to? I need this to terminate higher than these. Like, it's just gotta happen. So the first part of that, I'm gonna move them lower. And that'll let me know how far, how much I need to change them. Ooh, and I see another problem with the texture there. Let's see, the decoupler stays attached to this. Oh, okay, yeah, so if the decoupler stays attached to that, that'll be fine. This guy, though, needs a little bit of a spacer. So let's just put in an SSTU tank. It's kind of our answer for everything. It's not working right? Throw in an SSTU tank. I'm doing an independent tank there so that I can just change the spacer. And that way these aren't clipping into these. Excellent. Since we have a decoupler there and we don't really give a shit what happens to this, I wonder if it would look okay if we did actually clip into that intentionally. Can I make it look like these are attached to one another? And would it look better if I did? On these. I'm gonna move them off to a 45-degree angle. I'm a little curious how what the hell's gonna happen when I stage this. I really wish that it would stop grabbing it from the center of the fucking thing and grab it from where I clicked. I'm gonna pop that out for a second. This is almost definitely going to cause explosions. Does that look better, though? Can't hear a thing anymore. Bye, Isley. Bye! Have fun! Enjoy your mind-numbing noise. I want to try it. I want to see what it's gonna do. It's probably gonna blow up on the pad. I know I would. But I'm not actually sure, since there won't be any independent staging. Unfortunately, Michael, if I do a massive fairing, I don't have one that's the right diameter. If I had a fairing that were this diameter, the same diameter as the tank, 3.75, then I could probably come up with something that would look okay. But if I use the fairing plate that I have now, we go from like a 1.8, so a fairly narrow diameter, and then we billow out fairly wide at the bottom of it, just to be able to encompass the whole thing. So we kind of compared them. We tried it, but I didn't like the look of it at all. So 1.3 on the pad still. First separation looks great. This time, I don't know, maybe we'll get rid of the payload fairings on the probes themselves. Then all of these things stage at the same time, and we fired the vacuum engines. I wonder if there's a better way for me to attach these, though, and then move them back into place so that instead of attaching to the bottom of these, they're actually attached to this. I don't know if I'm smart enough to do that. I think one way that I could do it let's see. Oh, nice, you're coming back at the end of the month to play some more KSP for us. That's awesome. Made it to Copenhagen cycling. Oh my god. We need to go back, I agree. I can't wait. That's awesome. Upper tank is clipping into the engine shroud. No, it's fine. There's clearance there. On the middle one? I think it'll be okay. Drop the second center stage and replace it with stronger lifter stage. Huh? Now I'm totally lost. I have no idea what we're talking about. Second center stage. Get rid of this part? If I get rid of this part, then I'm using their fuel that they're supposed to use to go to the moons and to do all of their adjustments. This is just a drop tank in the middle here to make sure that these are completely fueled up by the time they achieve orbit. Here's what I'm thinking. Just to prevent... Well, okay. First, let's try it the way it is. I want to see how badly it'll explode and if it'll take out the engines. But we are intentionally clipping into these just so that they look like they're kind of, you know, permanently attached to this part, even though we know that they're not. I want to see if it'll even make it past the launch pad. Because I think when physics kicks in, there's going to be a little bit of shimmy in these. And I think that that's going to cause an explosion here. But I have an idea of how I can position the decoupler. So if this doesn't work, then I think I can fix it. Why would I replace it with a stronger lifter, though? We have a thrust-to-weight ratio outside of the atmosphere at a 1.5. So why would I go with anything stronger than that? Well, it's like a 1.4, but we have a minute and a half before we reach AP, so it's definitely high enough. More DV. I don't have any idea what you're talking about, Michael. We've got enough DV to go to the moon, circularize, and return. So why would we change that? Each one of these has about 3,000 DV, and then the final probe has, I think, like 1,500 or 2,000. So I just don't see the problem. Well, it made it on the pad, so maybe this will be okay. Let's take it at least till that stage part. And we'll see if it destroys the engine that's inside there. I think it looks better now that it's shorter, though. Yeah, we need about 2,000 to get there and circularize, and then we need to come back home and circularize. So remember that we're playing... Oh, shit, and I'm upside down. Remember that we're playing in JNSQ, so everything is scaled. We need about 5,000 DV just to get up into orbit. So I have to nose up into our gravity turn. When I pick that up, it reoriented the vessel. I need to pick it back up in the VAB and flip it around, but for this it shouldn't matter too much. Should be able to fight through it, I think. Alright, booster step went well. Still no explosions yet, that's a great sign. Oh no, you're fine, homie. Yeah, we need a wee bit more of everything than in stock. Yeah, you can post links. Go for it. So we're gonna delay here at 45 degrees, just under 45 degrees for just a moment. I have deviated off of the line a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. Let's see, what's our burn time? It should be okay. Give me just a second before I click on it and take a look at it. Just so that I don't mess up my gravity turn or separation of the secondary payload fairing at the top here or anything. I might just move the payload fairing separation so that all of it happens at the same time. We'll see if we can crash my computer. So because of JNSQ, we have to aim for 85 kilometer orbit or higher. That puts him up into orbit? Okay, yeah, I'll check it out in just a sec. Because I'm still not following. I think for the drawing, though. To illustrate it, quite literally. And I also want an action group to transition control to one or the other of the probes. So that I don't have to go and fiddle with right-clicking or anything in there. Alright, so payload fairings away. Just about to separate from the bottom. This is where I think we're gonna fail. No explosions, I'll be damned. How weird. Okay, so I definitely moved that up so that it's not exposed to the engine plumes while far enough. So I'm happy with that part. We're still not feeding fuel though. Fuck you! Why are we not feeding fuel? What am I missing there? We're about 2 minutes from AP. So we have plenty of time to just add a maneuver. Mess around with some stuff. And check out your drawing. Okay, now what the fuck here? I see that this has a -10 flow priority. If I increase that, will that encourage it, the engine seize up the fuel in these, in the center tanks before it uses up the fuel in the side tanks? I wonder if that's part of the problem. But I have no idea. Let's go ahead and time warp. Let's see if it works. Okay, so it was a fuel flow priority thing. And subtract from their priority. Well, it's a little late now, but I'll do it in the VAB. I've never had to mess around with fuel flow priority. I don't know why that one defaulted to a -10. And, yeah, weird. I guess it's because of the way that I attached it. It would make natural sense for this to have an engine on it and for these two to be the boosters. But we're doing it kind of backwards here. Because typically my fuel lines would feed from the outer tanks inward. And so I would want to exhaust all the fuel in these. I think the game just is like, what the fuck are you doing? Everything else looks okay, though. We'll test separation again. This is where I want an action group for transferring to probe control, because otherwise we're stuck on this thing. Ruh-roh! Wonder why that happened this time, but it didn't happen before. Let's make sure that nothing's clipping there. Are you sure it doesn't do that in stock? Yeah, but I don't have... So, I don't have this. I don't have a fairing plate that's adequate for me to have these two as a payload inside of it and go from that wide of a diameter. I would just scale up the fairing plate, but I have more fairing plates to unlock, so that's just kind of a house rule thing. Where I don't upsize something to supersede something that I haven't unlocked yet and invalidate the, unlocking of the part. The rest of it performed okay. I want basically the opposite of what they have. So these are at fuel flow priority 10, and these are at -10. So I want you at 10, and I want both of you at -10. I think that takes care of it. Oh, what the hell is clipping in here? Just to eliminate the possibility, I'm going to go for 2 of these. In case it was actually a problem with the SRB. The outer ones are still using fuel? Yeah, no shit. Like, it's 2 different probes. They have to use fuel. And so the whole reason to have the drop tank is so that they're not using their own fuel. When we separate from this guy after we've achieved orbit, then I want these to be totally full of fuel. Hey, how's it going, Deadly? The only thing I can think of is this part. That might be it. Hopefully that'll take care of it. I think maybe this part, the radial attachment point that the decoupler separates from, maybe that was clipped into this. But it looked like the whole tank was obliterated, so I'm not sure. It could have also maybe been the fairing separation and not actually the center stack. Let's go with an alternative way to connect that and see if it'll work. I want to do radial attachment points. It's definitely possible that it was the separatrons. Totes could have been. So we'll take care of that by just going down to 2 that are right on the center, because I think they're still going to burn long enough and be powerful enough to deorbit the drop tank in the middle. And then I want a radial attachment point on this. I want 2 of them off at a 45 degree. I'm going to remove this part and forget completely how to rotate shit. There. Then we're gonna do 2 different things. I don't want the radial attachment point to actually be on the surface, so I'm gonna move that subsurface. I think that'll work actually. And then from the decoupler, I want to move that out, and I want to put it back where it was. Just doing it this way, the nose cones will technically be connected to this piece of it, and I'm hoping that the fairing will still allow me to build something that'll cover up the engines. But I've never done it this way before, so I don't know if it's actually going to be okay with that clipping into the tank. I think it might be actually if I move the whole upper portion away and then move it back into place. Well, we'll see. Are you going to be okay with this? Apparently it's fine with it. Excellent. Now the only part that I'm worried about is that when the fairing separates, technically part of the fairing is inside of this tank. I wonder, is there any clipping with a fairing like that? Like if I just didn't stage the fairing, do you think it'll be alright? Shall we try that? Shall we move that up there? Will it just remain a tube and just move away if I don't stage that, or is it technically connected to that wherever I dead end it? That's another thing that I've never tried before, so I have no idea what's gonna happen. And it looks like it's off to the outside just a smidge. Okay, so let's try it with the fuel flow priority changes. Let me make sure that these are in the right spot. Looks good, and we'll see if we don't stage the fairing, but we separate from the from everything else. Let's see if it works right. Oh wait, I can't have a decoupler in there, can I? Oh, you think so? I just figure typically this would be the final stage. Typically you wouldn't have a drop tank in the middle, so I was thinking that it adjusted it because usually this tank and this tank would feed into the center tank. But that's just not the case with the weirdness that we have going on here. Yeah, I can't have that decoupler, can I? Because now it's not actually attached to the engines. So I need that gone. Or I just need to not stage it. Then I need you guys attached to the... Oh, I think I accidentally had it. Right there. And I don't want to move the attachment point itself, but I guess I could. No, I can't. Well, I mean, could. But I think I just want the plate there. I'm gonna try to get right back in the same spot if I can. Except for without the decoupler in there anymore. Now, I don't know if the fairing's actually attached to this part or not. So we'll see how it goes. I may actually need to leave an artificial gap in there. It is very important for these to line up properly, though. I can see a little bit of the edge of one. I think we nailed it. Right there, okay. I think that's just about right. So I want to try it without staging the decoupler, or without staging the fairing, and just see what it does. I'm hoping that it'll just stay as a tube and move away. Well, we've already tested the payload itself, so now we're actually building the final product. Like, this will be the actual lifter that we use for both the probes. One probe is going to go to Minmus, and the other one's just going to go over to the moon. Hopefully. They're going to go and do flybys as close to the ground as we can get them safely, and then hopefully return back and re-enter with the final payload. If all goes well. Let's try this first, though. Oh, I keep forgetting. I want to flip those engines around. I was thinking about adding solid rocket boosters too, since we started out at just under 1.4 thrust to weight ratio. But we have so much fuel in that, and we have such a high thrust to weight ratio later on in the flight that I don't think I'm going to bother. If I were to add solid rocket boosters, I could make this part a little bit smaller. But in the end, it really doesn't matter. Oh, I forgot to flip the probe core. Oh well. Try to remember this time. Try not to screw it up again. I just need to pick the whole rocket up and flip it around 180 degrees. I like to be able to nose down into my gravity turn rather than nose up into my gravity turn. Wouldn't that be great if we had a way that we could build a shell that just connected this tank to this tank? Then I think we could make it look really good. But I don't know of any kind of fairing that will actually allow for that, unfortunately. And eventually we'll have super wide fairings so we can do stuff like this, like with our asteroid tracking satellites. We're going to launch those in one huge group. That did not separate properly. It all worked out. It didn't take any of our control surfaces with it. But that could have been a little better. We're at a 1.5 thrust to weight ratio on the transition here. It's like 1.4 or something. Oh no, I totally feel ya. And usually I don't, but usually if I do go and put something up into orbit, it's to test out like you know, whether my RCS is going to be balanced after after fuel drain, stuff like that. But nowadays we use like RCS build aid. Like, it's been a while since I've actually just cheated something into orbit that wasn't specifically for bug testing. Checking for like modding compatibilities and whatnot. What I usually do is just a quick and dirty lifter. Doesn't have to be efficient, doesn't even have to make sense. I just throw a fucking huge thing that'll get it up into orbit, but the alternative to that would be to cheat it up into orbit. We're kind of past that part in the development at this point, though, with this particular one. I forgot the action group, too. I just forgot everything. But I know that there's a couple more changes that I would like to make to these parts that I want to rotate. I like the way that the payload fairing separates, and we'll go ahead and separate that now. How the shells go up and down. But I want to rotate the actual core, the actual probes, so that I can deploy their solar panels as soon as we're in orbit, rather than having to wait so long. So I just need to quarter turn the payload. And then I want an action group for reassigning control to one probe or the other. It doesn't really matter which. Ooh, actually, I don't know if I can do that, can I? Since they're added in duplicate, I may not be able to. Yeah, okay, so they definitely attach. Like, these are actually attached to this thing. So that did not work out right. So I think I'll swap those out, and instead of using fairings, maybe I can get away with just a structural tube. I was gonna make a damn forget stuff emote, but then I forgot. It's a polite way to say it's ugly. Yeah, it is weird. Tis definitely weird. It's not as weird as the launch platforms that we'll be putting up there shortly, though. See, I can't have these actually terminate here without deploying them because they count as a structural part. Okay, actually, before I go and change anything dramatic like that around, let's just go ahead and stage the damn things in this stage with all the rest of this stuff. I was worried about them blowing up the top of this, well, blowing up the center tank, but even if it does blow up, it doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't take our engines with it, it's actually fine. Oh, god damn it, I'm reverting. Because I'm never gonna remember to flip this thing around if I don't. Oh, can you negate ejection force with fairings? Or is there still some inherent ejection force? Either way, it really doesn't matter as long as it destroys the tank, the lifter, and not the engines. I'm gonna rotate it. Maybe we'll test this and then we'll rotate it. Yeah, I know. We'll definitely be back, but will I remember in 2 minutes when we're back? Mwahaha. I hadn't thought about it, but actually one way that we could do the fairing is, since it goes to a lower diameter, we would just have the fairing start at the top and go down to the bottom. So let's do a comparison, and we will add one huge fairing, and we'll take another look at it with that sort of a deployment. gonna look funky, but it might look better. You remind me? Uh-huh. Sure. Sure you will. I know how much you guys hate it when I mess stuff like that up. Oh, I think it's time for us to update to 1.7.3 and the 1.7.3 version of Copernicus too, but I'm not sure how the save game will take it, so I haven't yet. Why are you separating so funky? I guess it's because I'm going down to the 45 degree before I decouple them. Maybe I'll cut that back to a 60 degree and then we'll transition after separation to a 45 degree. I've just been doing it because I'm lazy. Going over to the 45. But we don't necessarily have to take off and go immediately to 45. We do add a hell of a lot of weight to the payload by putting on a fairing too, and we'll probably, well, will we? We can get rid of this. We don't need to cover up the engines or anything anymore. What I'm thinking about now is the transition from having the fairing to not having the fairing. Because I would separate from the fairing at 55K, and then how do I make this part look good? Yeah, I don't think we need it. We'll take a look at it though. Why not? Why not? We're about 38 kilometers right now. Want to be over 55-ish when I get rid of the payload fairing around the probes. It doesn't really affect the vehicle too much, so I could just couple that in with the separation of the booster. It would be fine. It's not like they're going to end up being debris. I've been a little bit aggressive on the gravity turn here, but hopefully that'll be okay. Everything except for the very end part there. I don't want to get up to orbital velocity while we're within the atmosphere. I'm going to keep the fairing on for a little while extra, now that I've said that, just to compensate, so that, because we will be at a higher speed at a lower altitude, the way that I've done this, so let's take it all with us all the way up to about 70. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, no explosions on that part, so that makes me happy. Whoa. This engines are really good in the vacuum. Our TWR is only a 1.12, but we have 2 minutes until we actually reach AP, and I don't want to push it up too high. So I think I'm just going to cut the engine, circularize like we had before. I believe that we'll have enough time. I hope that we'll have enough time for the flight computer to do it. And if not, we'll do it ourselves. So I want to pivot the payload. I want to pivot that around 45 degrees so that I can deploy the solar panels and so that they go upward and downward. Because we should be deploying our solar panels right now. We're fine. We have more than enough power storage. It's not really necessary, but it's something that I would probably like to do at some point. I need to flip the whole vehicle around again. We'll go ahead and do our circularization burn real quick. And we'll try that separation again. We'll see if it's gonna take the fuel out of the center. Oh, nice. Oh, shit. I didn't move this one up high enough. So that was a little silly. It is finally working. It was definitely a fuel flow priority thing. And the hope is that we're not wasting too much fuel here, but most importantly, we just want to have these almost completely full by the time we do separate. It worked perfectly on the bottom one, but I didn't have the top one set properly. So we're going to run out of fuel in the lower half of the tank before we run out of fuel in the upper half. Otherwise, though, working pretty damn good. That's not that bad. Like, that's almost dead on. I'm totally cool with that. We did use up just a little bit of the fuel on the probes themselves, but barely. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Transition over to the flight computer. And let's also get horizontal here. I'm going to end up just staging it with our view on this thing. And let's see if we can figure out what went wrong, if anything does go wrong. Okay, so I think it was just that we were so close there. That does have a negative PE, so this will go ahead and re-enter, even with just the 2 SRBs. I could almost definitely go with smaller SRBs, but I think we're looking pretty good. So, any final changes that we want to make? And this thing's just going to bomb something, but I want to be able to transition control over to one of the side stacks. I need this flight computer to be oriented in the center for the rest of it. So I don't want to transition control too early, but back into the VAB. The other way that we could do the fairing, let's look at that real quick too. And then we'll reload this one, because I think this one is going to work out just fine. Yep, rotate the core, and pivot the solar panels. And the fuel sequencing. Perfect checklist. So, very first and foremost, this needs flipped around. And then I'm hoping that I don't fuck these up by trying to rotate them. Looking good. That also moved our parachutes like right into the center, or toward the center. That should actually increase our stability on launch. One thing that I'm really confused on why it got fucked up, but I think for now, just for ease, I'm just gonna go with 2 sets of these little guys. No, the game doesn't seem to appreciate me doing that. What it did, I can see a little flicker there. I think it put 2 SRBs on the same stack, on the same side there. But this doesn't have to be precision stuff, so... I was trying to use the solid rocket boosters as a bit of a counterweight, but they just don't weigh enough. It's just not gonna happen. So I'm just gonna eyeball it. Oh, you little bastard. Just trying to get the nozzles at the exact same height. I'm gonna line this one up with the nozzle just on the edge. Oh, I'm just gonna move them down. Let's move them just level with the surface of the decoupler and just out to the edge of it. I'm going to line them up using the decoupler. And that way you don't have to go back and mess with symmetry or anything like that. So I still do have a problem with thrust torque, but I don't know, 0.02 might be okay. What I need to do is go back to the probe itself, and I need to move that counterweight. Let's see if it'll let me do it. I'm really nervous about messing with anything in these because I don't want it to take it away from the opposite. Okay, cool. Doesn't look like it'll take it away. Interesting. Why am I not able to eliminate that torque? I had it zeroed out and then we just repositioned some things. I'm just gonna move that back to where it was. I'm just not gonna touch it. Fuck it. Wonder if I could do it with the engine. Oh, that's weird. Oh, okay, I know what it is. So the part wasn't attached in radial symmetry, so even though I'm moving it around, what the hell was that? Even though I'm moving it around, it's moving the opposite part equally, so I'm just canceling out the movement. Oh, does 1.7.3 redo the way that symmetry works? I'm gonna have to relearn how to play the game when we upgrade. I hope we don't lose our save, but if we do, we'll take all of our craft files over to a new save and we'll just do a day of launching all of our stuff back up into orbit. I'll take a screenshot of the tech tree and if we do lose the save, we'll go and just put everything back to roughly where it was. Think. Deadly, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Do appreciate that support. I'm looking over my staging here, too. Something ain't right. Oh no, it's fine. Everything takes place in the final stage, so that should be okay. If you have any emote ideas, let me know, and if you join up in the Discord, let me know that too. Make sure that I put you up in the badasses section. I'm just looking at my symmetry to make sure nothing's fucked. It looks okay, so I'm going to update the save, and then I'll show you what I meant before by using a nose cone deployer. These will have to go to a shorter nose cone to allow for the fairing. And I'm not going to probably save it like this because I don't think that it's going to look better this way. But I'll show you how we could do it. So those would have to just go to a, you know, a standard, like, nose cone type thing. And that'd have to go a little bit lower. Then the upper tank here. Oh, I forgot to remind me again on the fuel flow priority. I need to fix that, but I don't want to undo what I've done here. Here, let's just start over. Let's just load up the one that we just saved, because all I need to change is that fuel flow priority. And then we'll fuck around with the nose cones and all that. So, I don't want the auto-saved one. I want... Is that the right one? I think it's the right one. This should be the one that we just saved. There's an option so that when you place a part with a partner or several partners, you can just right-click and choose Remove from Symmetry, basically allowing you to place parts and set properties for the whole group. and then changes each individual part after that. Oh man, that's so good. There you go, sir. Join up on the Discords. So on that one at 10, these at 0, and that one at 10. Okay, it should work right now. Hopefully. I want to update that save because it's almost definitely the one that we're going to go with. But we'll explore the option of a single fairing to rule them all. I think I like that nose cone a little bit more, actually. So we have to have somewhere in the center to attach it, and the first time that we tried it with the plate actually down here. This time we're going to try it with the plate up in the front. So this just needs to go to nothing, to flat. Then I'm going to increase the core just a little bit for a structural standoff. I have no idea how that happened. The hell was that? Let's put those back on. I've only really found like fairly minor points to use the robotics so far. I am in version 1.7.1, so I do have the initial robotics. Right now, this is all I have unlocked. So rotation servos, hinges, and the light duty and the standard rotor and the pistons. My other problem with them, compared to like Infernal Robotics, I can't change the size of them. So we've had a lot of points where I definitely could have used the pistons in conjunction with one or two of the other parts, usually just one, usually a hinge or alligator hinge. But since I can't change the size of them, at the beginning of the playthrough here, where everything is a fairly low diameter, I have a hard time actually fitting the part in. Even with like offset and all the little standard trickery that I do know how to do, I've had a problem with it. So like very, very minor things that I've used it on so far. I think that'll be enough of a standoff. If not, I'll add a structural piece in there. We're still going to want our widest payload fairing. And if I'm going to put a structural piece, I'm going to take that back down to just one step higher than what we had it at previously to account for a little bit of the extra weight of the structural part in the nose cone. There's going to be a lot of stress on that little guy. These would end up being taken away completely. Same with the ones on the engines, but basically we would just feed off of that. And I had to reposition everything on the bottom so that I would have a place to terminate the fairing. But I don't think I like the look of that as much. Even though I'm not a huge fan of the look of the rest of it either. And then on the top there, we just go with a nose cone. Any kind of nose cone will do. I kind of like this one because it covers up the plate pretty well. And since I changed how the fairing separates, I'm just going to reattach the bottom of it. So now it should separate in 4 different pieces. But I don't know, that doesn't seem like much of an improvement because it has to flare out so high. I could go further up so that it's more of a gradual flare out. But it adds a shitload of weight And I don't know if it's actually an improvement over what we have. What do you think? Do you think it looks better? I think it's going to be more difficult to launch with it too, just because we have such a huge surface area now compared to what we had before. Even though it is a more aerodynamic surface area, it is huge. Like the other one more? I think I do too. I figured that I would. Which is why I didn't start to update the save quite yet. But it was suggested. So worth, you know, at least looking into it, making a comparison. Because previously I tried it from the bottom and it looked absolutely terrible, going from a large diameter to a low diameter to an even larger diameter for the payload fairing. So definitely smarter for us to put it up on the top if we are going to have it, but I don't think it's really all that necessary, or that it really added a, you know, what I would consider an improvement. Alright. I did want an action group so that I could transition control to one of these probes, but since they've been added in symmetry, I don't think that it's going to be possible. I don't know, we could try it. So I'm going to put it in as action group 0. The problem is there's 2 of these, so I don't know how it's going to be able to tell which one I'm talking about, but even if it just chooses one at random, that's fine, as long as it switches us off of the center. I just want to make sure that I'm on one of these so that the parts are in close proximity when we do the switch. And I want it on this thing's probe core during the launch so that we're not like offset. Otherwise, we're controlling it off to the side. And I don't know for sure if it would have any negative impact on the vehicle, but probably would. So I picked it up again to relocate that, and now that I've fresh loaded it, I don't know if it flipped me back upside down. It may have, but let's go ahead and update the save. Take it out to the pad, and if it's wrong, I'll just take it back in and flip it around real quick so that we can nose down into our gravity turn. And outside of that, we should be good to go. I think everything is going to go pretty well, so the only thing that we need to determine now is whether we have enough DV to complete the entire mission. And I think we will. I don't think we're going to have a problem. Another thing that I was going to add to it would have been an additional monopropellant tank for the bottom part, but I don't think it's going to matter that much. Those engines are so efficient, and we have so much DV on the upper stages that I think we're going to be just fine. The one thing that I'm worried about is on return. Am I going to be able to terminate the upper stage? So that may be one more addition that we do. An explosive to this stage here. Just in case we can't provide it with a collision course and we end up needing it to recircularize. But otherwise, I think we're a go. So 3, 2, 1, a go. Oh yeah, and these fucking engines, I wanted to rotate those too. I think it might add some stability if they were to gimbal the opposite direction of what they are now. But I don't really know. Oh yeah, absolutely, Paula. Yep, and I updated everything so that you, JSO, and I think Isley have like editor permissions now. We couldn't figure out where the hell it was before, but I did find it when I was updating our mod settings. So if you want to test stuff out, go for it. More than welcome. Let's also try taking the payload fairing with us all the way up until we separate from the bottom there. We're just gonna have all kinds of parts fly in all different directions for that. Oh, I think I need to add that to the bot because of the type of bot that I'm using. Let me get to a good point and I'll add the command and we'll see if it works. Hello? You fuckwads, get off of here. The hell was that about? You heard it staged, didn't you? But it didn't stage. Yeah, I'm using Streamlabs, but I'm using the client version, I guess. Because I think there's 2 different versions of it now. Or, if you know how to do it, so that I can... I think I just need to set it up so that you can modify stuff on the bot. I'm not sure. Pretty sure I heard a ka-chunk too. It's weird. Probably from me moving stages around or something. I don't really know. Why are you still highlighted? You fucking freak. Okay, there. It's fine. We're fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If you can find like a guide on it, something that would make it quick and easy, I'll just do it, you know, once we're waiting for a burn or something. Because I do not know how to do that. But I would definitely be okay with that. I'd like to set up something similar to cars too, where the bot greets people when they type for the first time that day. And I think I found a good gambling script for us, but I don't know how to integrate it into the version of the bot that I use. So I need to figure that out too. It's a gambling script that starts out with a jackpot of whatever, something fairly low. And then the payout for the random gambling stuff is a portion of it is added to the jackpot, so it would be fairly infrequent that somebody would actually get a jackpot, but when they do, it would pay out really well depending on how many people are trying out the gambling command. And then I think we're gonna use points for stuff like I don't want to use... The reason that we don't use points for much at all right now... Oh yeah, I like that. Separating from everything all in one go, I like that a lot. I do have less time to AP, so I'm just going to do an initial burn here, laying horizontal. And the fairing won't be debris or anything, it'll all... should all be deorbited. Damn, we got such a good view. We got the moon on one side, we had the sunrise on the other side. Yeah, I can copy and paste it in there, but if there's any way that I can set it up so that you guys can just add it, like with the add command, then we'll do that too. Thank you for the follow, Damien. What the hell was I talking about? Oh, I think we'll do giveaways. So one of the things that I don't usually do, like a lot of people will do, like, you know, follow me back, give me a shout out, you know, add me to auto host, that kind of thing. I do all that stuff for free, so that's why we don't do like heists and gambling all that frequently anymore. You won't see them very much. Like, it's I got the initial part of it set up so it doesn't give you like points if you know, if you're watching the stream, you get a certain number of points, even if I'm offline, if you're watching the stream, that kind of a thing. But what I didn't get around to is anything for you to actually use the points on, because there's not a whole lot that I can offer that I don't already do. So I think what we'll start doing is either game key giveaways or like gift card giveaways, and then you can start investing the points into those giveaways. And I like the way the card did it, where it zeroes out your points every month. So you have 1 month to go ahead and enter the giveaway, and then you'll have a certain amount of time to redeem. Where, you know, I'll send you a whisper or whatever and let you know. And then you'll pay for, like, raffle tickets with your points. But I want to get that gambling script in first, because I think it'd be a really good way to do it. And then to give people something to do in, like, idle time, you know? Alright, let's see how separation goes. After this burn, I'm going to use that new action group 0, to transition control from the center one. And I don't know which one it's going to pick. I don't even know if it's going to work. They might cancel each other out, and it'll just say, nope. So I'm going to make a quick save before I do this stage, and we deorbit the drop tank. Okay, let's turn that off. We'll transition over to SAS. We do want to hold prograde. Get pivoted around here. Make that quick save. Action group 0. Oh yeah, nice. It definitely chose something other than center stack. And now I should be able to get rid of the drop tank and stay as one or the other of the probes. Drop tank away, probes are separated, and ready to go on their own independent missions. I have no idea which one I'm controlling. Oh, okay, I'm controlling the bottom one for sure. So let's move away from the other probe for safety. Are my nozzles not set up properly? I can't even tell. It seems like my forward nozzles may not be lined up properly with the nozzles on the bottom of this one. I don't know, actually I think I'm just tripping. I think they're both on right. Because those are definitely centered with that piece there. Oh, you know what happened? When I quarter turned it, I don't think I was on there quite perfectly. I don't think I quarter turned it to a perfect 45 degree from where it was before. 90 degree from where it was before. Pretty sure that's the problem. So this is got a little bit of a twist in it compared to this one, and that's going to cause us to vent monopropellant while they try to fight back and forth for domination. Well, wait, no. Maybe they are on right. Maybe it's just the lower diameter that's confusing me. Because if I look at these, I know that these are on properly. They're lined up with that. And they're also lined up, it looks like they're perfectly lined up with the chute. I don't know, does it look like the chute is off to this side a little bit more than this side? What if I aim my camera here? I don't know, it's hard to tell. The parts are all so small. It actually looks good. Their position from the chute looks good, and the chute looks like it's lined up with that part, but it might just be a little bit off. Maybe I'll double check. So anyway, we have 3,500 dV, 3,483 meters, 84 meters a second of dV in this portion, and this portion will be responsible for everything except for recircularizing us in a lower orbit. And honestly, I probably could reconfigure all of this and just add it to the top of that tank, but I think this might need to be downsized. I think I may have brought just too much oomph. Why am I not seeing a DV total for this stage? Funky. Hopefully it don't fuck all that up. Shouldn't matter too much though. So one of these probes needs to go to Minmus, and the other one needs to go to the moon. I think for the first probe, let's go for Minmus. So our very first move is at the ascending node, which is the one that we're approaching right now. I want to go and match the eccentricity of the moon there. Inclination, not eccentricity. God damn it. Learn words, sir. And it looks like I'm 6 degrees off. So that's going to be an initial investment of 402 meters a second. And that should be just fine. To save a little bit of monoprop, before I go and tell the flight computer to go ahead and execute that, I want to pivot us around. So I'm going to disable SAS but enable RCS. Oh, nice, Paula. And it looks to be pretty easy. Sweet. Yeah, I think this will work out well, because that'll just move us away from that guy a little bit more, from our counterpart. So I want to stabilize with SAS as much as possible before I transition control over to the flight computer. And then we'll just time warp around to it. The other one will just be left adrift. Yeah, because its solar panels are out, right? Better be. Okay, just double checking. As long as its solar panels are extended, it should be perfectly fine. We have 8 minutes. Let's switch over to it. Where's the sun at? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that its solar panels were actually, like, mostly exposed to the sun, and they should be just fine. Now that our solar panels are up at the top of this, I don't have to worry about the bay doors as much. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the main probe core bay and activate our antenna. And this is just a long-range antenna that will point in cone mode at Kerbin. The Omni antenna will accept an incoming signal if we don't have line of sight with any of our facilities, but otherwise we'll have direct control, direct communication with the homeworld from this. And I wanted to make sure that it pointed backward. And we just got to make sure that we remember to retract it before we try to close the doors there. I suppose let's go ahead and open up the upper doors too, but I'm not going to extend any of the experiments quite yet, because I have those set up to do that as part of an action group later on. So that should all be fine. We're totally on target. Let's go ahead and execute our burn. Oh no, if it does go suborbital, if we're too low, then by the time we finish out the burn, we should have raised it back up. We should end up in about a 93 kilometer completed orbit by the end of the burn. So as long as we don't accidentally re-enter the atmosphere mid-burn, we should be alright. Okay, let's let the flight computer go ahead and get nice and on target. Say goodbye to our counterpart probe there. Bye, fella. Let's keep an eye on it. So PE is going to fall. And that's where it's our time to PE that matters. Just double checking, you made me all paranoid. And then about halfway through the transition, we'll push PE back up. We're using a flight computer, so it doesn't actually allow me to turn on SAS until I turn that one off, and then we'll turn on SAS. It really went into a spin at the end of that, didn't it? Let's get it back over. The SAS is definitely a lot more conservative about its monoprop use, and monopropellant is our final fuel for the probe itself. Which I don't think is going to be too big of a deal because of how much liquid fuel we still have in this guy, but might be. Pivot it back around. We've got like cameras and all kinds of stuff in this that need to be pointed downward to be able to work. They don't actually have to be, but they're gonna. So we ended up in 93.8 and 93.0, which is okay-ish. It's not the best. Definitely not the worst, though. And Minmus should be in a circular orbit, so I'm going to just kind of eyeball it. I think I've put my... yeah, way too far ahead. I put my maneuver node in there. Oh! Am I wrong? Apparently I'm wrong. It's not way too far ahead. I was thinking the maneuver node actually needed to go over here, but this satellite is actually almost all the way out there already. So it should be okay. When the hell is that thing gonna get there? Just another day, and that satellite will be out at Minmus finally. Nice. Yeah, we can lock it on a maneuver, but I like to manually do it. So if I disable SAS, let's just take the current one for example. If I tell this to go from prograde to maneuver, then it's going to do a full burn and then a full opposite burn. Like, it wants to do it as fast as possible, which is not the most efficient way to do it. So let's go back over to prograde. So the reason that I don't let the flight computer, and the flight computer seems to be even worse, but the reason that I don't let SAS do most of those maneuvers is if I disable SAS and I enable RCS, I can do one little burst. I was kind of off at an angle there. And then just wait. Do one little burst to get us in the direction that we need to go, and then one little burst in the opposite, and then I switch it over to SAS control. Instead of one long-ass burst at the beginning, and followed up by a long-ass burst to correct. Just little tiny adjustments. Then I'll lock in SAS and transition control once we've stabilized. So overall, it just uses less of it because, and normally, usually I wouldn't worry about it so much, but we're using mandatory RCS, so the amount of monopropellant, you know, really does matter for the rest of this mission. We're going to need it for every single part of the mission, and that's cutting down our DV for the final stage. The more that we use, the less fuel that we have on the actual probe part of it. The beauty of no friction, indeed. And we're not in any kind of a time rush, so, like, if I needed to get from prograde to this target marker as fast as possible, then it makes sense to do a full burst in that direction, followed by a full burst in the opposite direction to stabilize on target, and get on it, you know, as fast as we can. But we have 12 minutes before we actually have to start the burn, so we're definitely not pressed for time or anything. However, this might not be the maneuver that we go for. Because we weren't done yet. I got sidetracked. So what we're aiming for is the opposite side of the moon. I don't want to fly directly at the moon and gain any speed. I want to fly in front of the moon and fly, you know, right past it. And that should, hopefully, make it a little bit easier for the return, too. So the problem is I'm going to arrive there a little late. So I need to invest just a little bit more DV prograde for the initial burn. And then I should be able to adjust this. I might have to go just a little bit further. I want to use as little as possible, though. It's really not necessary for us to have that many patches on. And I could see the game, like, kind of chugging away trying to figure out where the hell we would end up 6 steps from now. Now, I don't know how low we need to go. I may actually have to put in a follow-up maneuver to circularize around this moon, just to make absolute sure that I don't lose line of sight. Because the way this is going to work, it's going to take us almost a month to get out there. And by the time we do get out there, we're going to have 2 different satellites that we can bounce a signal from. Actually, just 1, because one of them had a problem with power, so I actually had to disable its second antenna. So basically, as soon as we lose line of sight with the surface here, with the homeworld, from then on, if that satellite's not in its polar orbit and doesn't have line of sight with the homeworld plus line of sight with us, we have no control over this probe. Yeah, so I think I don't actually want to change that, because we're not going to be there long. I think the smart thing to do is to add a second maneuver into the flight computer and spend an additional 219 plus enough for an exit too, so about 500 DV for us to get out of here. Yeah, we can totally program a burn, and that's what we're going to have to do, I think. Just to eliminate the possibility. There's always a possibility that it will be in the right position. If that polar probe is orbiting this way, then it should almost always have line of sight with the homeworld until the moon actually gets all the way over to here. But I have no idea what orientation it's going to be. If it's going over or under from this orientation, then it's only going to have line of sight at the north and the south pole with both us and the homeworld. Because if it's on the backside of the moon, it's not going to do us any good. And it's unfortunate that I only have the 1, but I think it'll be fine for the extra 500. So we're looking at 2,000 DV for us to get there and to circularize. We have 3,000, so that leaves 1,000 for the return maneuver. 500 of it will be the escape maneuver, and then I think it'll work out great, actually. It depends on how much fuel we end up with in the probe itself, because the probe definitely needs to be able to recircularize into a lower orbit, or at least slow down enough so that we don't have to worry about this thing being debris and permanently out in space. So we might lose it on the re-entry if I'm coming in at way too high of a speed. We may actually have to opt for an aerobrake maneuver and take a couple of spins around to be able to do it. So the second node doesn't matter right now. And I think that we're aiming close enough for a low PE that we can go ahead and tell it to execute that maneuver. Hopefully it'll be hopefully it'll be fine. Welcome back, Arctic. We just got a bunch of packages again. Dagnabbit. Nothing like the other day, though. Holy shit. It's like Christmas time on the porch. We had another delivery company show up later with more packages that day, too. One of my renters is a graphic design guy, so he gets shitloads of products all the time in the mail. And that day he was busy. And we had also ordered a bunch of stuff from, like, Chewy, stuff for the animals. I guess there was this huge dog food recall. So we ended up having to replace, we don't stockpile a whole ton of food for the dog, but we ended up having to replace our current stockpile with new stuff. Apollo 11 Day 4, that's right. Tomorrow is the big day. Now this is a bit of a burn. It's about a minute long. Yeah, that sucks. So, I'm trying to think of when we need to launch our next satellite. We've got a low resolution and a multispectral satellite heading out there. We have an OR satellite that should be heading out there fairly soon too. Everything on this one's looking good so far, though. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm really hoping that we have enough battery. And that in the long run we don't end up using way too much monopropellant. I would love it if we were able to get all the way back home and circularize and not have to worry about anything, but it's a little odd that I don't have a DV readout for this stage. I'm a little confused on that. So there's a little bit more hoping going on that I'm comfortable with, but it should be okay. Now, I think with this guy, for its neutral orientation, let's just point toward the pole. Point toward north. And then I do need to double check the node. Every little thing that I do is going to affect our PE when we get there. So that's why I've got us on the pointed to the north first. I'm going to pivot us around. I want to make sure that our solar panels are exposed to the sun for the entire voyage. So our PE is a little fucked. I just talked about not wanting to use too much monoprop, but I'm going to go ahead and use some monoprop to adjust it. And I'm bursting out to the side right now. Effectively just speeding us up. 600 meters from the surface is probably a little too low. Let's go for like... I don't know if there's any huge mountains. This is where we're going to find out. 25K? I think that'll be safe. And I'm pretty sure that that's a low enough orbit. So then I'm going to disable RCS and SAS. I don't want them to affect this anymore. We should hopefully have a stable PE there. I don't know why it's fluctuating a little bit still. And our follow-up maneuver at PE will be to circularize. Interesting. Why is it half the price of what I thought it was going to be? Maybe it calculates based off of our current weight at the time? Weird. Because before we executed that burn, we had a hell of a lot more fuel. But I would think that that would automatically factor that in, that you're going to use up X amount of fuel during the preceding burn. So the next burn, yeah, that's really strange. But I'm okay with it. And we just want to tell the flight computer to go ahead and get her done. And that'll automatically add an alarm here too. So that's going to take 27 days. It's going to take fucking forever. That's going to be our definite last maneuver that we're going to have to worry about. And we need to switch over to our other probe and get that one heading off to the moon. Yeah, TAC should work with JNSQ, no problem. Yeah, and that's something that I still need to do for USI life support too. Like, the basic functions will definitely work. Finding a location where you can actually use ISRUs to provide that life support might be a bit of a pain, though. That might be the problem. Did I switch to the wrong vessel? Oh no, we're good. Got the right one. So this guy is going to head over to the Mun. And we shouldn't have much in the way of deviation. We do have a little bit. It seemed like I'm probably just tripping and doing a bad job when it comes to establishing my orbits or something. It seems like we take off a little bit north of the equator, though. Like, it's just the feeling that I get. Oops. Oh, I'm an idiot. I need that at, not AP, at the ascending node. Duh. Looking good. Gonna cost 26.9. There's one other thing that I did there that I probably don't need there. Because I do want our, you know, just a slight change to our orbit too. And yeah. Everything looks okay. We're close enough that we'll just tell SAS to hold us on the maneuver. Yeah, we should be fine. Considering whether we were pointed the right way, and we're going to be adjusting south, so we should be okay. I want you to go ahead and execute that. I also need to get this thing's long-range antenna deployed. Let's go ahead and deploy all of our bays here. Activate our antenna. And I would like for that antenna to just point, same deal, back at Kerbin. Right now it's pointed away from Kerbin, but it won't matter. It'll be pointed toward it when we're leaving. Alright, a little bit of time warp. Very, very minor maneuver here. Ah, okay. Yeah, it felt like we were pointed the wrong fucking direction. So, I don't know what we were controlling it from, but I used that Action Group 0 to control it from the probe core. And now we're pointed the right way. Like, I saw the clouds. We were supposed to be pointing to the south. And I saw the clouds, you know, indicating that our direction of travel was this way. And that was the way that we were pointed. Otherwise, I would have executed that maneuver totally fucked. So I'm glad I noticed that shit. That would have sucked. Oh, interesting. This one deployed its grid fins too for some reason. Shouldn't matter, but odd. Guess they wanted to help us out. Actually, I think the reason that that happened is because when I transitioned back over to this probe, that other probe core that it changed us to must be our SSTU probe core. We included that because it's much smarter, but we don't route to that part because of a bug where if these were solar panels, they would just automatically deploy even if they were folded away. And I think we experienced the bug in a different way with these, where it just deployed our fins for no reason. It's fine though. We'll go ahead and retract them. I'm just gonna disable RCS because it's just venting it. Venting our final fuel. I don't know what the hell it thinks it's doing. Just one little poof. Alright, and now we're gonna head out to the moon with this one. So somewhere around in here. Oh yeah, that stuff sucks when you have your probe core in improperly. Like, I've designed things that launch upside down, and you have to make sure that that probe core, the easiest way is to use two different probe cores. Like, definitely the easiest way. Because you have to make sure that your initial probe core has the proper orientation for takeoff, or else you just take off and the whole vessel, even though everything looks right, the whole vessel decides that it should be upside down. Super awkward. Same deal as before. I want to come out right in front of the moon. And even though we're going to have additional chances for these to be able to relay the signal, I do think that I'm going to go into a low orbit. And that might change. We may abort that because it's not strictly necessary. So I'm going to aim for anything that's above 20k and under 30k. I think that's how close we need to get. And then we'll have a follow-up maneuver that will feed into the flight computer before we leave the probe to circularize, so that if I do lose contact with the probe, at least we don't lose the probe or lose the opportunity to perform our experiment in low space over the surface there. Oh, damn it. I'm gonna have to wait for one orbit. And I don't want the flight computer to even try to hold us maneuver prograde. Do it. We'll get it on target here. I'm excited for these to show up and see how they work. The purpose of this probe is to exhaust all of the science for every piece of equipment that we have currently in both a high orbit and a low orbit. Well, high space and low space. So we're going to get 4 Mystery Goo can experiments, 4 Science Junior experiments, barometer, thermometer, accelerometer, an albedo of neutrons, a magnetometer scan, and RPWS, and a couple other odds and ends, all in one go with one little probe. So the initial mission, the launch that we just finished setting up, that was to deploy both probes in one launch. That's why it was so funky looking and why we had the 2 different stacks with the central drop tank, so that the final product was 2 independent probes that don't need no man, that can go out to their respective targets independently. Alright, we shouldn't have to change anything else, but we do need to go around for a little bit. Now, our one tourist vessel is totally ready to come home, but I'm not going to deorbit it until the secondary mission is completable in daytime. And we're getting pretty damn close. So there's some people on that thing that want to be in a suborbital trajectory, they're very specific about it, over the Great Desert. And since they're paying to see the Great Desert, I want to wait until the Great Desert is out here in the daytime. So we can ignore that one for now. And then the fellas that paid to go up to our space hotel paid for a 4-hour trip there. So they've still got another hour and 17 minutes before they're ready to come back home. The full shebang, that's right. All the shebangs. Yeah, that is true. They are pretty tiny, aren't they? I'm very excited to see what kind of views we're going to have from Eve and Jewel now, though. Especially from low orbit, and when we do our dive probes that will go into the upper atmosphere. I haven't decided yet. What do you guys think? Should we go with balloons? Previously, what I was designing was a probe that's actually stable within a gas giant's upper atmosphere, using a balloon. Unfortunately, the game doesn't model wind mechanics. So, I mean, the fact that you're going into the upper atmosphere of a gas giant, you should have crosswinds, you know, just outrageously strong crosswinds, and we should traverse around the, you know, the gas giant. And honestly, we should be destroyed almost immediately by them, but we don't have that. But what we were doing is making kind of like a balloon that can just dive down slowly and safely into the lower, middle and lower atmosphere of a gas giant. And it was really fun in GPP. It was absolutely terrifying. One of the scariest things that I've seen in this game, but... yeah, exactly. I mean, if we did have some sort of a model for wind, then we would actually have to worry about, like, roll and whatnot. There would definitely be additional considerations for everything that we do. And I think, honestly, it would make it a more complete game. But at the moment, they don't exist, so we don't have to worry about them. But that was one of the things that kind of detracted from my experience when we did start to dive into gas giants. Is by the time the actual dive, like, once you get, you know, so far down into the upper atmosphere, it's like, this thing should not be alive anymore. So it kind of broke my immersion a little bit, but it was still pretty fucking fun. And a hell of a view. It gets extremely dark very, very quickly. Unfortunately, I didn't upload my videos to YouTube at the time, so Twitch only saves your VODs for a certain amount of time, and we won't be able to relive that without going and doing it again. On the upside of that, we won't be able to relive that again without going and doing it again. So, kind of a silver lining there in that we get to try it again. Well, it would definitely be more difficult to launch something like an entire space station in full assembly, but I think we could probably figure out a way to do it. There would definitely be certain vessels that would need a calm day for us to be able to launch, though. And so there again, we're breaking our immersion in the fact that, like, you know, you wouldn't just set all this up on the fly. Say, oh, time to throw a Titan out. We've got, you know, we've got no wind. You guys have 1 hour to get that Titan out there. You know, wouldn't make much sense. So with this one, let's just translate over to the side here, and then we'll go and check our work. Apparently this one's going to point to the south. Build times, there is a mod for that. That one is definitely a thing that would be completely doable. And my only issue with the construction time mod, when it comes to streaming, is that it does kind of drag it out a little bit, I guess. It slows down progression quite a bit, you know? Especially in the early game. Later game, it's not too big of a deal, and you always have time warp. You could just time warp through. You definitely get, I guess, a more accurate representation of, you know, the time that it would take to progress to that point. So that wouldn't be too big of a deal. I could live with that. Look at her tiny little moon. It's so cute. Let's go check our. Check our results here. That's where we're heading to, that moon. So I'm gonna refocus my view. Now it should have lined up with the 180 line or the horizon there a little bit better. I think I'll still be able to make it work. I'm gonna go ahead and move us to prograde. I think I can use less DV just by speeding up a little bit. Oop, I went the wrong way. Would you look at that? Unfortunately, I'm not stable though. That's exactly what I want. But I also want the vessel to be, or the probe to be stable. I don't know, maybe I'm lucky here. I can cancel a rollout and not adjust it too much. I also have a pivot that I need to perform. $25. Okay, we'll take it. We have follow-up maneuver at PE around the moon to circularize. We'll go ahead and tell the flight computer to execute that. 372 additional meters a second of DV. We have 1,924 though, since we didn't have that huge inclination change. So it should be okay, and we have a travel time of about 8 days, which doesn't appear to interfere with anything else that we have going on. So it should be fine. Hopefully. Hopefully. Alright, so far, that mission is totally a success, and we're just going to leave these out in space. Maybe RCS back on. Let me pivot this. I may have to adjust again. Just want to make sure that our solar panels are nice and exposed. It's a long trip. I'm gonna be fucking pissed if we get there and don't have any power. Oh no. We look good. 25 still. Let me just go ahead and drag that to reactivate it at PE circularize. I'm gonna update this. Okay. What do we want to do next? What happened to our ore scanner? Why is it waiting 6 days before it heads out? Oh, I guess that one's got to wait for the moon to be in the right place. So that must be the one that's heading out to Minmus. Because the mun is always in the right place if you're on the equator. Trying to think of what other pieces of equipment we have out there, because I might just time warp and clear out our list here. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? Should we just go for it? Should we just finish out the missions that we have going now instead of doing more launches? Yeah, the flight computer that we're using is part of remote tech. Let's do it. Should we just go through the rest of them? We do have a couple of pieces of equipment that we could make satellites for and get up into orbit in the meantime, and maybe save some time there. As a compromise, we have a nice 5-day window between this maneuver and this satellite's maneuver. Should we launch some things in between there and then go through with the rest of them? We have another 7-day window here, but by then we're going to have so much shit up in orbit. Or, you know, on its way to its destination and doing its experiment that I think it'll be okay for us to time warp between this one and this one. I don't know, it's always a toss-up. I don't know exactly how it's going to work out. If I upgrade to 1.7.3 while I'm in the middle of a playthrough on 1.7.1, I'm going to try it though. Definitely, for safety, make a copy before you do anything to one or the other. Make sure that you make a copy. Oh, nice. So our other tourist flight, we could actually go and finish right now. These guys still had 27 minutes. I didn't expect for that, for the Great Desert to be out in the daylight right now. Switch over to the other tourist vessel, though, since it is. I think it'll be fine, but what I'll do is just copy the entire installation folder to some other location, and then I'll apply the updates to the one that we're on, and then we'll have a backup that we can revert to if anything fucked goes on, and we'll update to 1.7.3. Probably do it tonight. I might do it tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be playing a different game. We're going to try out Simple Rockets 2. Alright, so these guys have been up here for quite some time, and some of them paid us to go suborbital. Not all of them, but we kind of combined a bunch of missions. This is one of our little tourist shuttles. So we combined a couple of missions, and the one set of people want to go suborbital over the Great Desert. So I want to make sure that they have a good view out the side windows. I'm going to assume that the special people that paid for that are in the upper 2 crew cabins, and so therefore it shouldn't matter which side I have exposed to the surface. And we have another mod called Waypoint Manager, which should show us the waypoint that we're looking at, but we know that it's going to be right at daylight there. That did work out perfect. We definitely didn't waste any time there. And I like that. Yeah, let's do some more launches in here. We'll see if we narrow this window down at all. If we don't, we might do another launch in there, maybe. But I don't anticipate us unlocking any more experiments or anything, so the launches that we'll probably do in here, I want to design another type of tourist transport that's made to do flybys of the moons. I want a specific design for the moon. I want, we could probably actually use that same design for both the moon and Minmus. One of them will just have a little bit of extra fuel left over compared to the other. Then I want an additional design that's made for a grand tour, where no matter what phase the moons are in, it'll go past both moons and return. Because we're going to have some tourists that want to go out to Minmus, some that want to go out to the moon. Eventually we'll have tourists that want to go and touch down on the surface of them, so we're going to have a separate vehicle for that. There's our waypoint. Let's go ahead and get into position. Disable SAS. Get level with the horizon here. I'm going to whip us around so that we're pointed retrograde when we go over it. We'll do the whipping around part first. And then I want to go into a suborbital trajectory as soon as we enter that site. I really don't know. I have no idea how simple rockets will compare to KSP. I definitely won't be as familiar with it, being a first look and all. I didn't even play Simple Rockets 1. I don't know if I own Simple Rockets 1. So we're going into it completely blind. I think it'll be fun, though. I don't know, a lot of people talked about it being like a KSP killer, like that it was going to take over everything, and I don't know if it's going to be that good. But, I don't know, might be. Wouldn't that be interesting? Give it a shot and say, what the fuck are we putting up with KSP for? This is amazing. But, like I said, never tried it. Don't really know what to expect. Alright, angle looks okay. Let's go ahead and turn to the side here. Give them what they paid for. Actually, since it's kind of off to our side that way, I'm going to pivot them around this way. Which I should have done without SAS on, but I'm a dipshit and didn't think of it. I think that'll be adequate. People say that about every game that comes out in a genre. Yeah. And I mean, maybe it's true for some people. I don't know, I'm a pretty big fan of the KSP, though. It'd have to be one hell of a thing for me to switch, I think. But that doesn't mean that, like, KSP is the only space game I'll play, you know? It'd just have to be a hell of a thing to actually fully replace it for me, is what I'm saying. Hopefully I'm not too far away. I might be too far away. We should see an update that says that we're entering that area if we're close enough. But I think that the weight that we've done, because we are at a bit of an inclination, I think we're gonna do a flyby of it. So I guess they get the first view for free. And we need to adjust north a little bit. So about... Yeah, that's actually, now that I look at it parallel here, it looks like it's quite a ways away. I think we need to be within a couple of kilometers, but it should be fine. So I want to transition my view. There we go. So this is the point that we want to go to. I want to try and find a 90-degree angle from that. So somewhere right around in here, I want to add a maneuver to adjust to the north by a few degrees. And we'll check our fuel. It's only going to cost 148 meters a second of DV. We have 900-ish at the moment, so we should be absolutely fine. Let's go ahead and adjust to the north. So we're going to have two maneuvers coming up. We're going to do that maneuver, and then we have a retrograde maneuver. And we might have an additional one. I don't know. Like, I have been trying to aim for re-entries that are closer and closer to the facility. So I may just whip us back around and re-establish our orbit since we have so much DV. And do one more pass and then bring everybody in and home. I'm just gonna let it stabilize before I time warp. Apparently I don't have a flight computer on this, but that should be okay. We'll manually add an alarm at maneuver to give us a heads up when we need to get out of time warp. And it looks like that's going to bring us past our alarm for the space hotel, but that should be fine. How do the M700 survey scanner and the M4435 narrowband scanner work? Gotta find some ore so you can get your 7 days out. Oh, so you can get your man lander home? I think just through the right-click menu, but honestly, I haven't played a stock game in forever. And ScanSat has been out since like 0.7 or something, or maybe even earlier. So I'm not the guy to ask when it comes to playing KSP without ScanSat, without remote tech. Like, I have no fucking clue how the ComNet system works at all. I've never ever used a ComNet. Before the ComNet was in the game, I was using remote tech, and I've just stuck with it. I like being able to pre-program everything and some of the other features that you get with remote tech. So I don't want to delete that alarm, but I do want to close it. We can, however, delete that alarm. We don't need that one anymore. That's the tourist vessel that we're currently on. I'm getting a little bit worried about how quickly we're running out of power here. That thing is draining like fucking mad. Don't have a whole lot of solar panels. Since it's just a tourist vessel. But I'm hoping these two can do the trick. Yeah, it's still draining power. That's no good. Hopefully we have enough for the mission. We're going to generate just a little bit with the alternator and the cryogenic engine we're using. Oh, fuckles. I might be in trouble here. Ruh-roh. Yeah, we're playing in career. This might be a problem. I think that Valentina will still be able to throttle up, but I'm not actually sure. Well, let's go for broke here. There's our alarm for this maneuver. And this doesn't have to be exact or anything, so I'm actually going to get rid of the maneuver node, and we're just going to eyeball it. Because we know that we just needed to face normal, or north. Actually going to push this line closer to that target area. I'm almost positive that's got to be within tolerance. Man, and we're still gonna end up going pretty much right over the space center. But I think if we execute our deorbit burn here, we're gonna be too close. So I might just whip us around prograde. It depends on how much fuel we end up with after we go suborbital. Now, I think we'll have enough. I think we'll be just fine. So at this point, we can start to hold retrograde. Or try to, anyway. We'll be on for at least a couple more hours. Alright, SAS, you're drunk. Oh, I didn't have monopropellant. No wonder. Sorry, SAS, never mind. No, I think we'll be okay. We just need enough power to at least whip around to prograde. Or, yeah, I mean, fuck it. If we have to, we'll just land wherever. But our parachutes will all be active. The problem is really going to come down to safely re-entering if we're not using any reaction wheels. And I'm not sure if our air brakes are mechanical. I would imagine that they're hydraulic. And if they're hydraulic, they need to be hooked up to a pump with a motor. And so they won't be able to help us out either. Trying to think, like, I think if we point the tip of the vessel directly at the sun, then we've got 3 different solar panels that are partially exposed because they're at an angle, and these nozzles may actually be in the way. I think that's our best bet, though. If I have the side, then I've got 1 partially exposed and 1 fully exposed. I think 3 partially exposed ones might be better. This is gonna be tricky, though. Hopefully we aren't boned. Oh, and I forgot. I'm like, we don't have enough power for anything, but I still gotta give them what they paid for. Turn off to the side there. Okay. We probably are gonna see lights out fairly shortly. And unfortunately, since we're gonna hopefully hold retrograde, hopefully. Let's see, monopropellant nozzles, they wouldn't require electricity to fire, would they? Because I would think they would be a mechanical aperture on connected to a hose that leads to the nozzles. I don't know, everything's electronic nowadays. So they might actually need power. But in the event that you ran out of power, it would make more sense for the valve on that to be a mechanical valve that, you know, kind of like a valve that you would actually turn. But that would imply that there was a mechanical lever somewhere in the cockpit to, you know, manually activate them, and that doesn't make any sense. You would think that it'd all be by fly-by-wire using circuitry. So, don't know. But I hope that we generate enough power with this little tiny burn to at least flip us back around. Yeah, there you go. We don't want light pollution to ruin your experience, so we're just going to turn all the lights off. You'll also notice the air reprocessors and everything else is turned off too. That's just to eliminate any background noise that you may be experiencing. It's all part of the plan, don't worry. We have a flight assistant coming around to hand you some glow sticks for after we're done with your view. Completely normal. That's right. Yeah, we are getting a trickle of electricity in here, so I think we'll be okay. I guess I could disable the gyroscope. It is just a wee little fella right there. I'm more worried about having the air brakes functional. There we go. We are in the Great Desert. And our little point disappeared. So, if I were to re-enter from here, I would imagine... We're gonna end up way the fuck out here. Do we risk another go around? Or do we just set down? We also have a lot of DV. Just trying to see how much monoprop we would use if we were to use that to recircularize. Because I am a little bit tempted to stay connected to the engine, but I don't have an extra set of SRBs inside of there to move the engine away from us, so we won't be able to hold retrograde unless we're actually burning, and then at that point we're in free fall, and if any of this breaks off, it's debris. Yeah, I think you're right. I think for safety we should probably set down. I think you're alright. So I'm going to activate the air brakes. I'm going to continue with a little bit of a burn here. This is also a really good time for us to be setting down anyway, because then holding retrograde as we come closer to the to noon time, we do have those two panels that will be fully exposed. Now, usually I would pivot us around, but do I dare? Because one thing that I don't want is for this to be debris, and it doesn't have an explosive. We did, yeah, we did get the desert mission done. I'm gonna try it. Oh, I wonder if I have the capacitor set up improperly. Because when I zeroed out our charge, or maybe I broke it somehow. Are you not set up right? That does seem really odd. Like, why are we topping out at 101 or 102? I hit the wrong button. I re-enabled SAS. I had my fingers on ESDF instead of WASD. No, not like this. We're not letting go over a battery or anything. Isn't that weird? It won't let us charge up our battery any higher than 1. Wonder if I broke something. Well, we're pretty committed now. We've nearly hit the upper atmosphere. We're just going to continue with our spin till our heat shield's in the right orientation. There we go. Now we're charging. Okay. Weird, though. Very weird. We're still at 89k, so we have plenty of time for this pivot. But I am going to speed this up just a little bit. Let's get an idea of where we're going to set down. Just past dark, unfortunately. But we might get lucky. We might be right on the... right at dusk. Because that can't really account for like control surfaces in the variable surface area of the vessel with the brakes. Alright, so I feel like we're lined up alright, and we are generating EC barely. Let's see if we can maintain just enough power to get through this. I think, since I know that we're going to set down kind of in the dark, I'm actually going to disable SAS for now. Your dog just pissed on your cat? What a weird day. Yeah, also true. It doesn't, it can't account for the fact that we're going to auto-deploy our chutes. Oh my god. Why are our chutes not activated right now? That should have taken place on separation of the previous stage. That's a no good. You get over here. For sure. I'm going to make a quick save for this one part, because I'm nervous about changing a stage there. I just want to make sure that I activate those chutes. I want those to deploy no matter what. No exceptions. Let's go nose up a little bit, trying to gauge, like, you know, how best to expose these two solar panels. I should probably put additional solar panels on the bottom here, now that we know that two of them apparently isn't going to do the trick. Yeah, that's a no good. Now you gotta give the kitty a bath. Poor kitty. I gotta give my kitties a shave. Angus and the little one, Bessie, both need a haircut. They're naughty kitties. Many knots. Actually, Angus isn't too bad, but he's starting to get him on his sides. And Bessie's got the opposite problem. She's got, like, hers are pretty bad. She's got one big old knot on her back, and she hates me, so this'll be fun. I don't know why that cat, she loves Deb. Like, she'll go, when Deb goes to bed, she'll go with and snuggle her. If I'm walking down the hall, she, like, scatters like I've done something to her. It's like, hello, I rescued you. I didn't rescue you so that I could be mean to you. I don't know why you hate me. You have an Ike encounter on accident. Oh no. I had to go back up and read because I saw the still ever transfer stage, so I felt like I missed something. Cats do have favorites? I don't know, the rest of our cats are a bunch of traitors. Angus goes in and sleeps with her too. Honestly, all the cats go with her when she goes to bed. And then when I go to bed, Angus sleeps like a little football in my arm. I say little, he's much bigger than an actual football. But every single night, comes up and snuggles up under my arm. And he's really hyper-aggressive about it, too. Like, there are a lot of times where I just don't get enough sleep because he'll decide that he wants to get down for a second, and then when he comes back, he's like, he'll headbutt me and, you know, push on me so that I move my arm to where he can go and lay down in there. Little bastard wakes me up for it. Rude kitty. Alright, I'm gonna have it start holding on retrograde. I should probably let it stabilize outside of physics warp. And I was thinking about doing it before, where two of these, like, I may start doing re-entries the other way. Right now I do them with my belly pointed toward the surface, but then it's just the one control surface that's pointed to the north, and typically this wants to kick our heat shield out underneath us. And I wonder if it would matter if I pivoted around the other way. I'm not really sure. We're just gonna do this one the same way that we do all of them, though. We don't want to change anything up. He's got a chair by me, like, I don't know where he is at the moment, but he's almost always off to my left, either in his chair or underneath his chair. And it's always my left arm, too. Like, he's not happy on the right side. He don't want to be in between Dev and I. He wants to be at the edge of the bed, under my arm, use my shoulder as a pillow. If I'm laying on my side, he'll come over and headbutt me in the face, and he'll stand up on his hind legs and use his front paws to try and push me over. It's like, capitulate, human. Give in. Pain in the butt. The other cats really don't snuggle all that much at night. Like, when it's cold out, Jinx likes to lay on either on my legs or in between my legs. But she doesn't come and, like, hop there right when we go in there. She'll wait, like, until we're totally asleep. Angus, though, as soon as I get anywhere near the bed, he's bitching at me, trying to push me over. Power's still going up, so I don't know what the hell the deal was there, but hopefully it's been taken care of. I'm gonna stay in physics work for a moment here. Doesn't look like we're gonna touch down in the daylight, unfortunately. Okay, I'm starting to deviate from retrograde, so I want to get out of physics warp. Give those control surfaces an adequate chance to try and keep our heat shield forward. Now we know that we're going to get flipped around. It's something that happens at the, as soon as we get to a lower altitude. So I might go and try grid fins and see if they're any more, if they're any better than the air brakes. And I can't remember, did we add the ablative air brakes? I know I kept considering it. I don't think I did add it. I think since we had ablative grid fins, I just said screw it. So we might try this with some grid fins up on the front of all of these surfaces. Well, let's see how it goes. Doesn't look like it's fully exposed yet. Oh, see the tip of it starting to glow there? And this is where it gets hairy. Down to 2,900 meters a second. Still quite fast. Uh-oh. About to lose the air brake. Just hold on. Hold on a little longer. Oh dear. This has never happened. Interesting. We didn't run out of power, so that's not the problem. It's usually fairly stable. We have lost the air brake on re-entry a couple of times. Not consistently or anything, but we've never had it actually introduce roll. I'm not worried though. We may still lose the air brake, but we're down to a kilometer a second. And we're at about 19 kilometers of altitude, so I think we'll be okay. Should see our drogue chutes deploy soon. I want to vent some more monoprops, so that's why I haven't disabled any of that. Oh yeah, I don't need to do that on this design, I forgot. I think we ditched the monoprop can. Let's go ahead and separate from the heat shield and just get rid of it. We're going to disable SAS and RCS. Begin the ballistics part of our journey. Because we have no control at this point. It's true, and that is, definitely a viable way for us to attempt a re-entry, is just spinning a little bit. with the active control surfaces. Trying to spread out which one of our surfaces is taking the most heat instead of, you know, just letting it blast one specific part. But that was weird, because we've used this vessel quite a bit, and we've done our re-entries at 55 kilometers every time. The only difference is that we're in the dark this time. So I don't know what the hell that was about. That was odd. Let's go ahead and time warp up for full deployment. The mission's not over yet. It's not successful yet. For all I know, there's a fucking mountain down there. We've got our drogue chute full deployment there. Let the vehicle stabilize a little bit. I could throw SAS on, but I'm nervous about the amount of power that we have. Okay, there's full deployment. Are we over the ocean? I think we're over water. It says that we're over the Greenwich Delta. Huh. Well, that'd just be perfect, wouldn't it? I wonder why we're consuming power again. I don't have SAS or anything else on. Just the balance of the chutes. I wouldn't think these guys are doing anything. Maybe deactivate them? Turn the lights on to see if we could see what we're going to touch down into, but I think we're fucked. We do have a view of the moon, though. Yeah, I was worried about turning the lights on until we got lower because we're just so low on power. Well, that made me jump a little bit. I lost... Oh, nope. Never mind. I thought I lost this air brake. It just blends very well in the dark. Alright. Now we gotta wait for the Russian government to come and collect us. I am happy that these guys are home. Let's go ahead and recover the vessel. We made a fuck pile of money off of that mission. We finished out, I think 3 or 4 or 5 different contracts in that one mission. We get a 200% bonus. That did look really cool from underwater in the dark. We get a 200% bonus because a pilot was on board through Strategia and the strategy that we chose. And I believe that it applies to every one of the contracts that we did. We're up to $2 million. I think we were at somewhere like 800 grand before we launched the science probes. Nice. GG. Very successful. We'll take it. Valentina didn't get any new ribbons. What else did we need to upgrade? We had a couple of upgrades to go. I guess it's just the spaceplane hangar and the runway. Excellent. So 282,000 to fully upgrade the runway. And another 845,000 to fully upgrade the spaceplane hangar. And I think as far as the facility, that's GG. I think we got everything. Let me double check. But it all looks fully upgraded. Oh, hell yeah. Excellent. And we're that second-rate bullshit space program. We're first-rate now, baby. Alright, let's go over to the tracking station. We have another tourist vessel to deorbit. This one's kind of a bitch. This is our shuttle. Oh, absolutely, Paula. Sorry, I was waiting for you to link it, and then I totally forgot. So, if you want to, you can whisper it to me. You can post it in the mod chat on Discord. Whatever's easiest for you. And we'll go through the steps in between our maneuvers here. Sorry about that. There we go. I should have just picked it out of the damn list. It wouldn't let me click on it. We're going to move up to our space hotel. In the Users tab, you can see every user's ID name, whether they're an editor, external sub, or regular. Okay. Uh-oh. Version 102... Why am I not seeing it? It's under giveaway and currency. Oh, okay. It's just in a totally different spot. That's fine. And I want credit. Hola. Edit. Editor. True. Okay. So you should be in as an editor now. Ooh, this is pretty good timing too. It's not perfect. This is our hotel. Do I want to reorient the hotel before we leave it? I think I do. Do a little burst upward. Oh, why are we so low on DV? Oh, right, because we have a fucking hotel on our back. I do that. Nice. So we do FTOC, and then the Fahrenheit to Celsius. So enter the degree in Fahrenheit to get to work, right? Alright, now it is going to turn a little bit when we decouple. What the hell? We got some Event Horizon shit going on in the back of this thing. Weird. Oh, okay, so it's C2F or F2C. I like it. That's awesome. Thank you for that, Paula. What a wonderful feature. I usually just guess, but we definitely talk about it enough to warrant it, right? Let's go ahead and make a quick save just in case I fuck anything up. I do want us pointed toward the surface of the planet there. I'm gonna go ahead and undock. I should probably double check my contracts though, shouldn't I? Just to make sure that everybody's ready to come home. Bring one tourist to visit the space hotel. That was the guy, Lemming Kerman, that paid to be up here for 4 hours, and he's fine. Everybody that wanted to come up for a low orbit, we just use those as seat fillers. They're all fine too. So, double check complete. Let's go ahead and undock. We're going to use our monopropellant to move away from the station. Earlier we were talking about vehicles that we use the robotics parts with, And this is one of the few, and this is what I mean by there's very minor things that I do with it. It just literally folds away our rudder control, turns it into pitch control as necessary. I want to go ahead and close our shield here. We're going to transition to retrograde. And hopefully have enough fucking DV to set down. This thing's kind of hit or miss in the past so far. Hopefully it'll be alright. I would use a data conversion... God damn it. Not data conversion calculator, a DV map to figure that out. Because honestly, I have no idea. Are you playing in JNSQ? I have no idea in JNSQ, and honestly, I haven't played the stock solar system, like a real playthrough of the stock solar system where I went to visit other planets, since like 0.9 or 0.7 of the game. After that, I pretty much, every time I revisit it, just do map packs. They signed waivers, that's right. Definite requirement. I'm going to do a very low amount of throttle until we move away from the station, which apparently is going to be in a random orientation next time we come up here. It's alright, station, we accept you for who you are. We want to lower PE to our re-entry altitude, but not that fucking low. We use monoprop to push that back up. I have 861 meters a second of DV. I really hope that's enough. It should be. We've refined this several times. I just always get nervous on this part of the mission. And this is like perfect. That's almost exactly where we're going to want to do our re-entry from. So, oh yeah, we're fine. 185 to recircularize. What if I were to go ahead and lower PE and just get set up for re-entry right here? That'd put us down a little bit further out than I want. I think I'm going to re-enter from a higher altitude. And I'm going to aim for... Actually, it might be okay because of our re-entry angle. I think I do want to overshoot those quite a bit. So, just about at PE... we're going to go ahead and do our deorbit burn, too, all at the same time. Good morning, Carthax. Not good enough for JNSQ yet? Oh, it's not that bad. Everything is just bigger. Bigger and way further away. But yeah, I would get pretty comfortable with a stock solar system before I tried a scaled solar system, for sure. And I'm just holding retrograde because we know that retrograde is what we need to be on when we do this upcoming burn. And I'm mostly using the maneuver node for kind of a bookmark on when I need to execute the burn, but we're going to eyeball it. So about 20 seconds, maybe apparently 15 seconds before we get there. Just going to get rid of the maneuver node, and I'm going to use less throttle so that I have more control over my AP. Then right about there where they start to flip, I just want the slightest throttle. We're going to try to aim for just past the island airfield. The Dawn, thank you for the raid, sir. Good morning. Oh, it's looking pretty good. How'd your stream go today? Thank you for the host as well, Carthax. Let's do some shouts for these fellas. I still haven't caught a Carthax stream. Oh man, you're playing Red Dead Redemption 2? I'm so fucking jealous. I'm so jealous. I can't wait to try RDR2. I don't have a console though, and I have no idea when it's actually going to be out for PC, so I won't be stopping by your stream until you're finished with your playthrough and playing something else, because I don't want to spoil anything since I know I'm going to end up playing it. But let me throw you a follow, and if I see you playing anything else, I'll definitely stop by and say howdy. Thank you for the raid, man. I would ask you how RDR's going, but I don't want to know. I don't want spoilers. I do want to know, but I don't want to know. I am fucking excited. I loved Red Dead Redemption. There were a couple of parts that kind of irked me a bit, but just picked it up for today, bouncing between a bunch of games. Awesome. So hopefully I'll be able to catch you sometime soon then. Oh, I'm so excited. I hate that they do that with Rockstar games. Like GTA 5, it was so hard to avoid spoilers for that fucking game for as long as I had to. And even then, there were a lot of parts that I already knew of, like already knew all the main characters' names and everything, and had a pretty good idea of the plot line and everything. Just such a pain to have to wait for so long. If it were less time, if it were like, you know, a couple of months, then it wouldn't be so bad. But it took over a year, didn't it? It doesn't necessarily fly. Yeah, exactly. It flies like a brick. What it can do is control its pitch. Or if I need it to, it can also control its roll. But I have to give up the authority of one to control the other. So on the initial launch, the boosters that are attached to the side of this to launch it do all of our pitch control. And then we use the control surfaces for yaw. And then we just fold them away. And we just use those for maintaining our re-entry angle. But yeah, it doesn't have any wings, so it doesn't actually fly. All it does is fall to the ground. And I had done that in order to be able to use a mod called Stage Recovery to deorbit all of our people and kind of cut down on the total number of tourist missions that we had to do. And it didn't work out. I don't know what the problem is. Oh god, I have my fingers on the wrong keys. I wanted to raise my PE before we actually re-entered, because we have a lot more fuel than we typically would for re-entry, and I have no way to vent it. There are mods that would allow me to vent it, but I don't have any of them. We have a lot of monoprop too, so I've just nosed upward and I'm bursting downward to shift my orbit and try to raise PE to give us a little bit of additional time in the atmosphere. I don't know why I had it so low. I guess actually I do. It's because I was eyeballing our re-entry, and I was looking more for a specific point for us to re-enter and less for the re-entry PE. But, yeah. Falls, but it falls like a champ. Exactly, and that's the important part. As long as we can maintain our angle, I'm happy. Because our whole belly is a heat shield. But out of all the things that I tried, for some reason, if I try to use stage recovery to deorbit this vessel, it doesn't give me a message. It just kind of like auto fails. So, I don't know what's up with that, but... oh no, we'll be fine. It'll be a little bit hotter than normal because we are re-entering from a slightly higher altitude than normal, but this will compensate for that too. I'm just cranking away on it. Because at this point, we have such a high profile that there's no way I can actually increase PE unless I increase our speed. We're just going to slow down more. Let's go a little bit positive. There we go. That's a little bit better. But we are losing a lot of weight, so that's good too. Gotta head out? No problem, Paula. Thank you for all of your help today. And thank you for the converter. How are we gonna land it? We just land with parachutes. Very simple. Kept it as simple as we could. Alright. Let's do this. We're at about 84K. We're just within the upper atmosphere. The absolute most important thing is that we just keep our belly forward. So I'm going to let the flight computer get me exactly onto prograde. And then I'm just going to take over from it and nose up. And we'll monitor our angle of attack. And then we just sit down wherever the hell we are. Whoops. I gotta let it stabilize. I forgot to switch it off. All I really have to do is just toggle it on and off, or I can just click the stability assist button. And I'm going to have to nose down eventually, but I want to start with a fairly high angle of attack and go for a lower and lower angle of attack as we encounter increasing air pressure on the ascent. So, cross your fingers. Hopefully it'll be okay. All of our parachutes are already activated. Like I said, we do have additional fuel though, so a couple of variables that we didn't test for and plan for. But I have a good feeling about it. This thing has been a total champ every time that we've brought it back in. The initial designs would spin out of control before I had any control surfaces, like those two control surfaces on the back here and here. And it still did fine. Like, it would just go into a death spiral, but not die. So weird. Has a flat earther entered one of our streams formerly? No, just memes about it. I think Omerta's probably got some of the best flat earth jokes so far. Nope, thankfully we've avoided that level of fuckery so far. You wouldn't think they'd be huge fans of the KSP, would you? Oh, nice. You're gonna grab some science on your way past Ike? I was hoping that accidental encounter wouldn't, ruin the mission or anything. Glad that you benefited from it. That's so annoying with remote tech when I'm going somewhere really deep in space with a massive delay. And I have an accidental encounter with a moon that I didn't know was there. Because we also use research bodies, so if we haven't detected it with an instrument and taken photographs of it, we just don't know it's there. So there have been times in the past where we're approaching another planet, and then all of a sudden we have, like 15 minutes to save the vessel, and a 13-minute delay on fucking remote tech. And I would imagine that that's probably going to happen a couple of times with this one, but with JNSQ, because it's just such a huge solar system. So what do you think you're going to play next, Don, if you're still around? Anything on the agenda? I got a couple of games. We do a lot of variety stuff. Apparently we take long breaks in between to play Kerbal Space Program for like a month solid, but I would like to do like Path of Exile. No. God damn it, the other PoE. Pillars of Eternity. Maybe Expeditions Viking. We'll definitely play some RimWorld again. We need to revisit that. We've got a lot of games that we need to revisit. We'll probably do some BattleTech. There's a new DLC that should be either out or coming out for it fairly shortly. Let's go ahead and lower that angle of attack. Now that we're down to about 61K. We'll go back into physics 4. Ooh, ooh, are you not stable? Go ahead and stabilize. It's fine. Just get stable. Just get stable. Looks like a flying dog. Needs more toroidal tanks at the bottom. Just 2 side by side, there and there. I don't know, I find that the vast majority of things, for whatever reason, look like a dong. It's weird. It's also the first impression that I hear the most often when I show people my insulator collection. Like, why do you have shelves of glass dicks everywhere? Alright, this is where it gets tricky. We've got these little tiny supplemental nozzles on this to balance it out a little bit better. And we haven't had any of them explode before, but they do take quite a bit of the heat. So all I'm trying to do is keep the nose up and steady. I don't know, everything's looking really good except for the fact that we're so far away from the facility there. I shouldn't have overshot as much as I did, apparently. And then also, I should have paid more attention to my re-entry PE. So in the future, maybe I will use the flight computer or a maneuver node to execute the re-entry, instead of just using it as kind of a guideline and eyeballing it. Yeah, it's like 1 out of every 5 people, I would say, that sees the insulator collection. Might even be more. It's 1 out of 5 people that admits it. They're like, I could have swore you just had shelves and shelves of different sized glass dicks. But nope, they're insulators. Ooh, looks like I need to nose down a bit. You're doing great. Doing wonderful, Shuttle. Who's good, Shuttle? You rubber belly. Well, the game didn't like that. It started to lag out a bit there when I did that. Alright, no longer overheating on those nozzles. Down to 1.5 kilometers a second. And we're at about 20 kilometers of altitude. Looking pretty good. We should see our drogue chutes deploy. Let's go ahead and level her out. And the drogue chutes are mainly just there so that if for whatever reason our belly isn't pointed toward the ground, then, you know, we prevent some crazy-ass twist when the parachutes do deploy. But everything went perfect, except for overshooting the target landing site for sure. Yeah, very true. Thankfully, they don't take much of the heat. Unless I really lose that angle of attack at a high altitude, then we would have a problem. If we were to lawn dart, this would not be a good vessel. It is a brick. It is literally a brick. Alright, we should see full drogue chute deployment pretty soon here. I was nervous about going into time warp, but I think it'll be fine. And it was able to burn out all of the monopropellant, but we are going to be a little bit heavy because of our extra fuel. Drogue shoots away. We should have full shoot deployment pretty quickly as well. Go ahead and disable SAS and RCS. Yeah, our engine is a little bit heavier, the backside of this thing, because of the extra fuel, I think. If we were totally out of fuel, we should lay level. Hopefully that won't be a problem. We'll see how she touches down. Watch it sink. Yeah, definite money-making brick. I don't recall what we had after we upgraded those facilities for the last one, but we just did like a 20-man mission, a 4-man mission, and a 1-man mission all in one go. So with our strategy, I definitely expect a pretty good payout. Or death and destruction on impact, let's see. Don't cut the shoots, you fucker. Oh good, that last shoot hung on just long enough. Cool, nobody popped. Doesn't look like we lost any of our gear. It's all nice and high up, away from the surface of the water. Excellent. GG. Go ahead and recover that bad boy. Yeah, turn it into a submarine. I don't know what the hell caused it, but I have had that happen on accident before. I had it happen, the first time that it happened, the scariest time that it happened, was, I think, Valentina, or, it was one of our pilots going out for a surface sample in the ocean, and I have no idea why, but when they separated from the ship, like when they let go, they just sunk. And I was flipping out about it because I thought they were just dead, and I hadn't thought to make a quick save. There was no reason for me to make a quick save on that particular mission. Man, we got a bunch of money back. 56 grand back from the vessel itself, and we're back up to almost 2.5 million bucks. GG, guys. Oh, and Jeb got a heavy vehicle launch ribbon for launching a vehicle with a total mass of 500 or more tons. Excellent. Alright, back over to the tracking station. We're going to be finishing out as many missions as we can. Or at least doing the important bits. Oh, MTG Arena. I'm going through my email while I'm in transition screens here. MTG Arena has given the brought back code for additional stuff. So if you use level up, all one word, play M20 and brought back in MTG Arena, you should get some free shit. Looks like they're giving away some more packs. I don't know what, I think brought back might just be experience, I'm not sure. So our next one, don't know what our next one is. I'm assuming it's this guy. It's way out here. We do have Kerbal alarm clock, so it will all become clear once I switch off of the previous vessel. Oh, back to the ocean thing, yes. So I was freaking out because I couldn't recover them while they were sinking. But I think Linux Guru Gamer was in there at the time and told me that he's had it happen before too. And as long as you wait until they hit the bottom of the ocean, you can recover them independently of the vessel. So the vessel was fine, but for whatever reason, my little Kerbal just bloop, went all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And I never did figure out why the hell that happened. Like, we didn't change anything. It wasn't one of our mods or anything like that. Just one day decided it was going to happen. And we had to wait for the poor little fucker to get all the way to the bottom. We were way out there, too. And it was freaky. Like, you can't see a damn thing. Alright, so at the moment, we should be on a collision course. Let me just make absolute sure. Okay. Just wanted to click on the next thing in our alarm here. We can also get rid of the hotel alarm. We are 5 hours away from an important maneuver. What we've done with this satellite is give it a kick-out stage, which is that fiddly bit on the bottom there. Let's go ahead and turn off trajectories. And we don't want that to remain in space as debris, so we are intentionally on a collision course at the moment. Once we enter the moon's sphere of influence in about 5 hours, when we're going to have the least amount of change affected on it, I want to separate from that little guy. There's no separation rockets or anything like that. It's just the decoupler force could move it askew just enough so that it would miss the moon there, and we don't want that. I don't know why this is folded up. Get out here, do work. It's like there's nothing to scan, Lieutenant. It's fine. Just deploy. I don't know what the hell you're doing, sleeping. Everything else on this vessel is doing work. Let's just double check. We have our longest range antenna pointed back to Kerbin, and then we have a shorter range antenna on the front of this pointed at active vessel. So that this satellite, once it's done with its mission, will become just a redundant communication satellite. And I'm trying to find the fucking moon. I would think that we'd be close enough that we could see it. I can see the homeworld, so I know the moon should be off out here somewhere. There she is, right there. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and time warp through the next 5 hours, which is just a little bit short of a Kerbin day. I think a Kerbin day in JNSQ is actually... Didn't somebody say it was like 12 hours? Or somewhere around there? No, nothing in deep space either. Nope. If I'm not able to crash it into something, it has to have an explosive charge on it. Alright, so there's our SOI change. Let's go back into time warp for just a moment here. I totally forgot to check this. Thankfully, our next maneuver is put in here. Now, I'm not going to have the flight computer get us on target. I think I'm going to do that myself, because the flight computer likes to waste a lot of monopropellant. And our monopropellant, just like a lot of these vessels, is the only propellant for the final stage there. Uh-oh, I have dummy probe cores. So we'll get as close as I can. In a couple of seconds, it's going to take control away from me, and I'm going to take away its access to RCS. Unclose that. I don't know if I'm waiting for a delay or what the hell's going on. I guess I have to tell it to hold maneuver prograde. I thought that it would just automatically do it at less than 3 minutes, but... Another thing that would definitely help is deactivating or toning down some of these. Let's see, we have about 2 minutes. I'm going to turn the flight computer off. I'm going to enable SAS and RCS. I'm going to get us on target manually. Oh god, there's the delay on that too. Fuck it, I'll leave him at 100. Whatever, it'll be fine, hopefully. 58k PE with an AP of 1.4 million. Little bit elliptical, yeah. Just slightly. Okay, problem. Do not execute that maneuver. So, all that fucking around that I just did deviated our course. I'm gonna fix it. Hopefully. My belly's pointed toward the north. Let's see here. What's the propellant for this stage? It's definitely going to be smarter for me to use that fuel up. Right now I'm pointed outward and away. I think that might actually be okay. I was using monoprop before, I don't want to do that. Okay, now we also have the force of the decoupling, so I want to maintain this orientation. I don't want to go directly for center of mass, but I do want to decouple. Fuck me. It wasn't supposed to be pulling monoprop from the top. Oh no. Is 650 meters a second actually going to be adequate for me to finish this out? Might not be. I estimate somewhere around 400 for the actual capture. But I wasn't planning on having to pay for this part. So this is a low-resolution altimetry scan satellite. And what I want is a post-burn inclination of 90. It's the most important thing. Well, okay, never mind. That's the second most important thing. The most important thing is not skipping past the moon out into a solar orbit. Or leaving it up there as debris that we have to send the demo drone out for. "90-degree polar orbit, definitely a secondary concern. And then I also want its orbit to be at... Fuck, I can't remember. Uh-oh. Nope, no saves, no reverts. We're fucked. What orbit altitude does this need to go to? Because I can't remember. Gotta go ahead and enable these. Double check, make sure that all of them are enabled. No idea? Oh no. I don't remember if this one needs to go to a 250 kilometer orbit or a 150. So I guess we'll aim for a 250 first. And if it is 250, I actually want it to be at like 250 something other than 250. So like 252 would be okay. Then I need to adjust angle now for inclination. That would leave us at 90 degrees. So that should be just fine. And this is all going to change a little bit as I get into position. I really hope that that thing's not going to end up in front of us or we are fucked. Well, it might be fucked anyway. So, SAS off. I'm going to use as absolute little as possible. So I've given us just a slight roll and a slight nose down there. Oh, nice, Richards. So, another funny thing, this is one of the first things that we launched this playthrough. It's also the basis for many of the designs that followed it. Okay, I'm gonna let you execute this. I'm gonna hold prograde there though. You fuel wasting fuck. We're gonna get a little bit closer. I could have moved that back. It would have cost me less DV. The further back I do it, the less it costs. But I also wanted it to be fairly accurate, so hoping it'll be okay. And this is all going to come down to, do we have enough DV in the tanks? Do we have enough fuel? Enough monopropellant to actually achieve the final orbit? Or is this thing boned? And I'm going to find out after I do this adjustment. So that's our 3-minute warning on executing the adjustment maneuver. We dial that in just a little bit better. We'll fine tune it with monoprop, so doesn't have to be perfect or anything. More perfect the better, though. See, we had to like offset the engines because of the weight of this compared to the weight of all this. It was kind of a pain in the ass, so we revamped it quite a bit. We also no longer use batteries, we use capacitors. Additionally, we have solar panels that extend out the sides of all of the new designs. Bye, little guy. And our inclination is almost perfect. I'm not going to adjust it. It's definitely close enough. I do wish that PE was a little bit higher, but 184, we're good. GG. Excellent. Excellent, precious. Okay, let's get on target. I was real nervous there. I didn't think it would cost more than 400, but I didn't know if it would. What are you doing? Oh, stupid thing. Give me control of the probe. Where the hot women at? And why are they not streaming this game? I don't know. Luki used to stream it. She's pretty cute. Gotta settle for us nerdy types, I guess. I look like a fucking hillbilly. Luca? Can't think of the name of any of the other lady female streamer, Kerbal streamers. Tanuki Chow used to stream back in the day. I've met a few in my time. Alright, so we've got about a day until that occurs, until we reach PE. It looks like we're fine. So we'll just continue on with this mission. We're pretty damn close to on target. I definitely want to make sure that while I know I have a connection, I've told this thing to execute the next maneuver. Even if I lose connection and can't adjust it later on. I just want it in there. Not a man's name? No, not in her case. So we should get a pretty good view of the approach here. We're going to come out right on top of it. This is actually one of our first close-up views of Minimus in JNSQ and all its wonderful glory. What a beautiful moon. Cannot wait to land on it. It's gonna be great. You can refine ore in space, yes. You just can't get the ore from space. It's not as far as I'm aware. Maybe there's a way. in KSP. But yeah, typically that's the way that I prefer to do it, with the refinery itself up in orbit, and then just a vessel that goes down to do the drilling, and then takes the ore up to the refueling platform for refinery, or as the refinery. Yep, this is our first actual pass on Minimus. Alright, well, I'm hoping that we're on target enough. We do have plenty of DV. We should be able to lower our orbit if this is not ideal. But, hey, nice. So, the thought process there is, if I circularize at the lower orbit, if this thing's ideal altitude is actually 150 kilometers, then I'm wasting steps, because I know if it's not 150, then it was probably 250. So if I circularize at 150, I've spent more fuel to circularize low, and then to undo that a little bit to get back up to 250. So since I was guessing, I figured start at 250, try it out. If it doesn't work, then we'll just spend a little bit extra and we'll lower that orbit. But it looks like it's going to work out pretty good. Let's see how the flight computer does with this burn. Oh, nice. Are they doing an intermission? Can you actually hear us? Isley's got some kind of like electronic music festival going on in her backyard. Oh, do a good job, little feller. You can vaguely hear us? Oh no. And how long does it go? Did you say there were 2 separate ones? Like there's a couple of days that they take off? Or is it like a whole week solid? I know you've told me before, I just can't remember. Two times, 3, and then 5 days? Oh god. Alright. And we ended up at 250 and 251. So definitely within tolerance. Let's see, I'm point of retrograde right now. Let's go ahead and enable... Whoop, I have to turn that off first, and then enable SAS. I'm going to have it just align to retrograde and hold it. And I want to get around to PE, and then I want to burst forward to increase our speed. I want to do an additional maneuver here, basically. Because 250 is going to be a fairly common orbit. Being in a polar orbit, not so much, but a 250 kilometer orbit will be fairly common. So I want to make sure that it's a little bit higher than 250. Close enough. And I'm just going to use our monopropellant nozzles to move that out a little bit. Yeah, 254 ought to be safe. Then I want to disable SAS because I no longer want it to hold retrograde, but I know that if I'm point of retrograde here and I maintain this orientation, then I'll be at prograde when I get to AP, right? So at AP, we're just going to circularize. And I don't think I'm going to use the flight computer for that. I don't think it'll be necessary. We should still be at the ideal altitude for this. It shouldn't take too long for it to scan 75% of the surface and get us our payout. Thursday evening until Sunday night or Monday morning. Holy shit. That is one big old party. I think just to speed this up, let's add an alarm at PE. Sorry, an alarm at AP. which is where our maneuver node is. Hell of a moon they got there, though. Okay, so we no longer need the alarm. We can go ahead and close that, and what we're going to look at is our time to AP. Right before I get there, we're going to do this in several tiny bursts. So we can go ahead and hold prograde now, and that should be fine. And then I'm also paying attention to our eccentricity, and I want to lower this number. It's already at 0.004, so it's pretty good, but we can do better. Festival itself stops at 1 AM, but 100,000 people can't hang with their own music. It's never really quiet, I'm sure. Is that the way to go? Not a whole lot of people like stay in hotels, or are there just not enough hotels, so a lot of people end up having to camp? Or would they say that it's part of the experience? I get it down to 0.001. I'm going to give it one more little burst here. But I want to wait just a couple of seconds. It's better if I'm right at AP for the follow-up. 0.00002. I think we can live at that. 254.179 and 254.164. It's pretty fucking circular. So I think that's GG for this little guy. Over time, it will scan the surface and give us some altitude information, which honestly, by and large, totally useless. But they did pay us for it, so if we go out to the map view and enable the terrain map, we can see what it's already scanned on approach and on the initial go-around. Kind of interesting, but not as cool as the biome scan. That one will be a lot of fun, and we have one of those coming up pretty soon. And also not as useful as the high-resolution altimetry. So let's switch over to the multispectral satellite. This satellite is still 3 days out. Part of being a festival hobo. Nice. T-Mall does have a great camping facility. Oh, and it is part of the total package. Awesome. Yeah, it won't take long at all for that thing to scan 75% of that moon. So this is a variation of the same basic satellite with a couple of advances. So we've gone and balanced everything out so that the offset of the engines isn't so great. This one is actually on its way to a kickout with one of the moons. So what we've done is launched it into a polar orbit, and we've allowed it to start a biome scan of the homeworld. And we're also being paid for that, but let's go ahead and double check it, because we don't want it to execute its maneuver if it's not completed, if it's not done with the homeworld. So if we go over to our biome map, nice and vibrant. I don't see any bald patches where we missed anything. I think we're good. We're ready to execute this guy's maneuver in 3 days. And then it's going to do the exact same thing, but out at the moon. So it's important for us to double check that, because from its polar orbit, so that I don't have to pay for any additional inclination change, I waited until the moon is going to be in a position where by the time we get there, the moon will be there. So if it wasn't done with its mission, I would want to delay this. I would let the moon go past this point, and I would let it come all the way back around to here before we would, actually execute the mission. But I'm glad to see that we don't have to delay it. And it looks like this is another 250-kilometer probe. So I'm going to try to make a mental note of that, unless I can find the probe core. And now I know, because it's in the name. So the maneuver is already put into it. We'll disable SAS, and we'll just kick it over so that it's on target, and then we're going to time warp through about 3 days here. And we'll go ahead and execute its maneuver for the transition out. So one of the missions that we can definitely get started on now that we know where all of our individual biomes are is a manned mission up into orbit to perform EVA reports from a polar orbit over every biome in one flight. Hopefully. I also would really like to get our laboratory up so that we don't have to follow up these experiments with additional experiments to feed the laboratory later on, but it might not happen. That's the one downside about time warping through all these missions, is that I am missing little steps in the progression that normally we would fill in any of the gaps in these launch windows. Like this 3 days before we launch this might be enough time for us to do something with it. But I think I'm okay with it. So we're pretty close to on target, if not completely on target. Let's go ahead and time warp. Same basic method. First we line up for a collision course, and then later on we'll do a follow-up maneuver so that the probe itself will end up circularizing around the target moon. Actually, it probably does, and I don't have TAC fuel balancer. It's not that big of a deal. It doesn't look like it's drawing from it yet, so the other one may have exhausted all of its monoprop in these two tanks and then started to pull off of the top tanks. But one notable difference in this one is that we're using far more efficient, tiny little nozzles instead of a shitload of overpowered ones. And we've also got this balance to where the bottom set of the payload is deactivated right now, and the set that's up here and the set that's on the back are balanced between one another. And then when we separate from this guy, we just reactivate the back set. So a lot of refinement has taken place between that first design and this one. We also have more powerful antennas, both the targeted antenna, which will pass communications off to active vessels, and also the antenna that we point at the home world. Both of them are much more powerful. That required an additional set of solar panels, so overall we don't have to worry about the orientation of the probe as much anymore, which is totally a plus. Kind of, now that I'm talking about it, hoping that I didn't fuck up on that older version. The older version, if it's got one of its antennas pointed directly toward the sun, it's actually blocking enough of the solar panel that it will continually lose charge until it's dead in the water. So hopefully I didn't do that. Not all that concerned with that one, but it would be a shame to lose a redundant relay. I may have to go back out there and check up on it. Yeah, quite a bit of differences in this one. That looks fucking weird with the biome map up. We got ice caps, Arctic Sea, the Triangulus Sea. There are all kinds of biomes here. We're gonna get a decent look at them, because we have to go around for about 3 days. I don't think I want to do that. Well, we are gonna do that, but I don't think I want to do that from a 250 kilometer orbit. I think I want to do that from this telescope. Because we have an alarm, so why should we sit there for 10 minutes in time warp when we can just switch over to something, do it in a couple of seconds, and switch back? Oh, I'll have to check. Oh, I think that those are the clouds. Dark, trench-looking patches in the ocean. I think it's the clouds interacting with that overlay. I'm not positive, though. This is just a little telescope. A little fungi telescope that we put together, and honestly never even ended up using. This is one that has a single-use aperture. It's either open or closed. Well, it starts out closed. Once it's open, like there's no closing it. So we've set it all up so that it's supposed to have its back always pointed toward the sun. We never want to point this toward the sun, or else we'll burn up our current lens. We actually need to come up to this thing with a compatible docking port and swap that lens out for an asteroid tracking lens. So we should do that at some point, but I mainly just switched to this guy because it's in an extremely high orbit, so we can just time warp like all the way through that in just a couple of seconds. Alright, 3 days later, we look like a little very well-populated nucleus, don't we? Let's go ahead and move back over to the multispectral satellite. Hopefully it'll still be on target. Maybe, I don't know. And all we really need to do is get it set up for a collision, and then input its adjustment maneuver. So we did deviate a little bit, but not bad. Unfortunately, I don't have an additional probe core on this, so we are still using a dummy. But it should be okay. All I really had to do is hold prograde, but since it's a bit of a long-ass burn, it wouldn't be as accurate if all I did was hold prograde, and we would have a larger correction that we would need to do. But it'll be fine. This is the one that I'm excited to get out there. See what all biomes we have at our 2 moons. So we've got this one heading out to the Mun right now. Let's go and take a look at all of the shit we've got in orbit here. Mostly disregarding the stuff that's on the equator, which is telescopes and a space hotel. We still have an ORSCAN satellite, and that'll be an upcoming maneuver in about an hour and a half. That thing's going to transition out to, it looks like probably Minmus, just judging by the deviation from the orbit of this thing to that one. But it could be heading to the moon, I'm not sure. Additionally, we have the high-resolution scan satellites. And we have 2 of those, and I tried to launch them in about a 45 degree. It's really hard to see, but one of them is there, and one of them is here. And those have maneuvers coming up, but not for quite a while. 7 days before the first maneuver. Uh-oh. Why don't I have a second high-res ScanSat alarm? Shit. So what I'm going to do is switch over to the one that we do have an alarm for, so that I know which one's which, and then we'll switch over to the other one. I guess I could also just shotgun it and try one. If I'm right, then we got it first try. If I'm wrong, then we just switch over to the other one. So we definitely launched them. I guess I just didn't... I either didn't feed it into the flight computer, or I didn't put in the follow-up maneuver. Something definitely happened. Are you fucking done yet? How you doing on monoprop? Oh yeah, you're doing great. Just using a smaller, more efficient, more appropriate for the job kind of nozzle has definitely improved this thing's efficiency. Okay, I'm going to disable RCS at the last bit of that burn. And hopefully it won't do some outrageous correction maneuver there. Cool. Because we are using mandatory RCS, so any reaction wheels that are present on this are dramatically nerfed by that mod. Let's go see how we did. Pretty terrible. Want that one off. I want to go prograde here. I'm going to flip us around to retro. Yeah, they are. I always have to tone down the volume. KSP is not a quiet game, is it? Oh, damn it, it's not telling me what my inclination is. What a shame. I think I'm just going to schedule a follow-up maneuver for, you know, a little ways out. We have an hour and a half before our next maneuver, so if I put it at about 3 hours, we shouldn't interfere with anything. And at this 3-hour mark, I want to adjust for inclination. And I also want to adjust for... Well, actually, all I really want out of this one is a collision course, honestly. We want to hit the moon with that engine. Did you just not burn fast enough? Okay, what's the problem? Let's go look. I think it overburned by quite a bit. I'm going to zero both of those out. Whoops. Wrong way. I think that one? No, that one. And then just slow down a little bit. And I'm trying to aim for like the center of the moon. I want to make absolute sure that that stage is destroyed. Then we do have decoupling force. Does this have retro rockets? If it does, I want to disable them. No. So just the force of the decoupler. So what I want to do, if I can hold the maneuver, I want to aim for the outer edge, and that way any additional force from the decoupler hopefully won't be enough to transition that to the other side of the moon. Should just ensure its destruction. So I just want to aim for right above the surface, like a couple of meters above the surface. 159 meters above the surface ought to be okay. Well, hopefully it ought to be okay. I don't know, I'm debating just aiming center. Nah, fuck it. I'm going to tell the flight computer to go ahead and execute that in about 3 hours. I'm going to get it on target, though. So we should have 2 ore scan sat things in here too, and I'm only seeing one of those as well. So I may have to double check on those. Okay, we'll just leave it in this position. It should be close enough. I'm going to disable RCS. Let's go over to this ore scan set. It'll make it a hell of a lot easier to find the other one after we've executed this guy's maneuver. And then I do want to check the other ore scan set. Oh no, I think we're fine. I think the other ore scan set, since it was just heading out to the moon, I believe that we launched that one. I think I launched that one into a equatorial orbit so that it could just transition out directly to the moon. So I think that one's already on its way. This one should be heading to Minmus then, probably. And this, I believe, is the latest version. Yet another iteration of the same probe. So same antennas and everything, only slightly more recent than the one that we were just on, and equipped with the M700 ore scanner. Let's see what we got going on here. Yep, so this one's getting ready for a transition burn to a Minmus. And unfortunately, it takes like a month for him to get there, but that's okay. So on this, on these later versions, we no longer have batteries all over the place. We cut down the weight of the vessel dramatically by installing a capacitor rather than batteries. Otherwise, though, very similar. Still no reaction wheels or anything like that. I think there may be some built-in torque with the probe core that we're using, but shouldn't be much. By the time it gets up into space, it should essentially be nothing. Unfortunately, I accidentally saved over the low-resolution altimetry scan set, but all in all, it's not that big of a deal, because we would never send that off to another planet. We would use the high-resolution version. Wouldn't be much point in sending both. Okay, let's double-check the flight computer, because every now and then this disappears. I'm not sure why. Jesus, more packages. How long is the burn time? Okay, so the burn time is fairly long for this one. I'm gonna go take a restroom break real quick and grab a bunch of packages off of the porch before anybody jacks them. But not until it's actually ready to do its burn. I have no idea what the stock screenshot key is. It's one of the F keys. It's not F3, it's not F5, and it's not F9, and it's not F8. So it's not those. Oh, nice. What are you getting? I don't think I'm getting anything today. I'm pretty sure that this is all stuff for the renters. But when they... So I have like a rose bush and 2 trees out in front of the front porch. You can leave a package anywhere on that front porch and not be able to see it from the street. And unfortunately, they like to leave her right in front of the fucking front door. It's even more annoying when it's a large package and they leave it in the front door and it acts like a wedge and you can't open the fucking door. Getting a new TV? That's awesome. What kind of TV did you get? I got a bunch of TVs, but I use them all for monitors. Like my main screen here is Sony XBR, I don't know, 43-inch something something something. I got another TV for Deb for a second monitor, and she never uses it. I don't think she's ever turned it on, so I might snake that one away from her. She has a TV too. She used to watch TV. I never watched TV. Like, I stopped watching TV when I was a teenager, so I only have them if they're hooked up to a computer, typically. But I did have to get a TV for my security system. Your Fire TV tricked you into getting a new TV. It had been turning off the TV constantly for a few days. Really? And then he found out what it was? Now that's upselling. That's genius. A 39-inch piece of shit, huh? Seven inches larger than your current one and a third the price? Nice. Can't complain about that. So do you watch any TV shows, or do you use it for mostly movies and whatnot? Ever since I started buying everything digital, I haven't even had like a DVD or a Blu-ray player or anything. Just the computer. Okay, and while this executes this, give me just a second. I'll be back before it's done, probably. I'm just gonna hit the head real quick and grab those packages. Be right back! Oh yeah, Netflix would be great with a smart TV. Mine's got it integrated into it, and if I watch it through the Netflix app on my TV, it's like locked to 4K. And it does a pretty good job too. It's got a wired connection to the internet and everything. But it's just a pain in the ass. Like, it's harder to multitask if I wanted to. Because I like to, instead of watching it on my TV, I usually watch movies on a third monitor. And then I play a video game on my main TV, you know? Anyway, give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. All I got was an electric bill. Looks like the rest of it was for my renter and then, well, one of my renters. And, looks like Deb's Fitbit showed up. She hit a, sale on Amazon and got a Fitbit for like $50 or something like that. I got a, Stream Deck on the Prime Day thingy thing this year. Before you kill your curveballs via abandonment. Can EVA on Duna back up to your access hatches? Oh, with your jets? I think you might be able to hop that high, but I don't know how controllable it is. Oh, nice. Do you use yours for like games and everything? They definitely have a lot of uses. I haven't got mine hooked up yet. I hadn't thought it through until after it showed up, but I want to hook it up to the other computer, and the cord that it comes with isn't quite long enough to reach all the way over to it. Probably... Well, I have to go, like, around my desk and around my tower and across the wall, so I need probably like a 10 or 15-foot USB extension cord. Should be pretty cheap. I gotta remember to order one. You do your shield and power changes in Star Citizen and Elite Dangerous with your Stream Deck? That's awesome. Wish you had one. I'll keep an eye out for another deal, if you'd like. When I picked this one up, it was 45% off or something like that, and then they had the 15 key for, that one had an even better deal. 50% or more off. Is that the... No, it's like a 6 key. It's like a little mini one. But with the folders, I mean, really, the 6 key doesn't seem like that bad of a thing. I think I'm going to have a follow-up maneuver for this one, too. Because it's just easier to do it and time out when I want it to happen. So the multispectral satellites follow-up maneuver is coming in 1 hour and 25 minutes. Oh, we took off from the south. I'm like, why in the hell would it be 53 days from now? I'm so confused. I'm going to add a maneuver in about... Let's do it 2 hours. We're at about 2 hours and 10 minutes from now. And that should be right in between these two maneuvers. And pretty much same deal as last time. I want to collide with the moon. So I'm going to get there a little too fast. We can see that it's kind of going off to the front of the moon's orbit. The moon is moving in this direction. So if we're on this side of it, I'm going to get there a little bit before the moon is where I want it to be. So I want to slow down a little bit. And pull on the right fucking lever. I keep forgetting that I'm approaching from the south. We launched this satellite to the north. I should probably pick one or the other and be more consistent about it, shouldn't I? Let's see, and actually at this point, I would probably be more efficient. Let me zero that one out. Because I forgot that we're going to be all the way over here. I was kind of thinking of what we would do from where we are right now. From this position, I should just be able to adjust angle since we're out in front of it, and then slow down just a smidge. Yeah, I can save way more DV doing it this way. So I'm going to move it right up to in front of the moon. And then I just want to slow down a little bit so that we collide with it. At a little bit high, apparently. .7 meters a second. Excellent. We'll wait until the flight computer to do the second part of that in about 2 hours. We have to switch over to something else that's got a maneuver coming up in about 1 hour and 22 minutes, but we'll go ahead and get this one lined up. Hey, if it wasn't for the price, I'd go for a 32 key. Thing looks awesome, but $250, I don't think so. I'd rather wait for a deal and get 2 15 keys, you know? Save 50 bucks, have 2 less keys. It would be nice if they were slightly more affordable. But they don't really have any good competition right now. There's I'd call them knockoffs, but there's other brands. There's definitely other options. But their software doesn't seem to be as good. So Elgato's kind of got it locked down right now. But I'm sure eventually the price will drop. Well, I would think. Eventually the price would drop. Let's go ahead and move back over to this guy. No. Let's not. So I don't have a second or scan satellite in this queue, and I'm pretty sure that the other one is on its way out there already. But I just want to make sure before I switch off of this. Multispectral scan sat. Because if it isn't, then I want to figure out why. That science probe is almost all the way up to the moon already. That's crazy. Fungi. Well, I don't see it around here. So, I don't know. Maybe it's already there? Oh, nope. No, that's the one that I'm on. Yeah, I don't see it. If it were in orbit, it would be in a polar orbit, so that's a multi-spec. We launched those before we launched the scan satellites. Science probe, multi-spec. It's definitely got to be one of the ones that's heading to the moon, not to Minmus. So it must already be there, or it was destroyed, or I have Alzheimer's and reverted the flight and don't remember doing that. I don't fucking see it anywhere. So I'm gonna assume that it's already hit the moon. Okay, I'm pretty sure that it did, because I'm thinking that I'm pretty sure that it surprised me how little ore there was at the moon. So I don't think we have to worry about that one. I think the only two that are waiting now are the high-resolution scan satellites, telemetry satellites, these guys. So we should be fine switching off of it. We're going to go over to the multispectral satellite real quick. For the record, you can jetpack on Duna. Nice, good to know. I definitely remember being able to hop really high because it reminded me of an old book. And I think they made it into a total flop of a Disney movie, too. Can't think of the name of it. John Carter? Can't remember. But I couldn't remember if you could jetpack on it or not. Oh, what keys are we talking about? We're talking about Stream Decks. Made by Elgato. These little guys. This is the kind that I got. And they have like a little tiny version, and then they have a larger version too. Barsoom? I don't think that was the name of it. I don't know, it was a long time ago when I read it. Alright, maneuver looks good. We have deviated a little bit, but we're used to that. So we'll get it back on target. There we go. Oh, I don't even remember the author. Probably right. I didn't really care about shit like that at that age. That was back when I was reading, like, Xanth novels. Although I do remember the author of those, but mostly because I've actually read them again as an adult. Xanth, when I was a kid, was like some of my favorite books, and now as an adult, my favorite books that should have been my favorite when I was a kid are the Discworld books. Barsoom was the name of the planet? Oh, really? The lead on close. Yeah, because we shouldn't need that anymore. Alright. I think I'm going to watch it from out here so that we can, you know, hopefully, if it fucks it up, figure out what it fucked up and why. Fairly minor maneuver, though, so I'm not too nervous about it or anything. Come on, flight computer, don't screw the pooch, and... didn't do terrible. I'm gonna disable RCS, turn that off. So, we have to think of it from the perspective of the vessel. The vessel is flying this way. I want to just adjust a little bit further than what it did. Let's go ahead and enable SAS. And I'm pretty sure all I need to do is pull upward on this. I guess I could check it with a maneuver node. If I had a maneuver, and all I do is pull up. Oh, okay, so I need to pull up and I need to slow down. Yeah. Okay, so that won't be too hard at all. We don't need a maneuver node for that. I probably don't even need to pull up. Probably just slowing down would do it. I can see the retrograde marker over on the edge here, so I'm going to try to position us on it. And then we'll just use monoprop. It actually did pretty good. I think this is the one where I was aiming for just right above the surface. Just didn't quite do it enough. Get 95 Delta V left? Oh dear. Just in your drop tank, so not in the main portion of the vessel though, right? So I'm going to get that right above the surface. And I don't know, I'm kind of hoping that the ejection force isn't too much. Should we try it? I'm going to do an F5 and an F9. There's an awful lot of DV left in this one. Now, if I set the debris as my target, I should be able to see what it's gonna do. It wasn't enough. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I went from 22 down to 3.9. Okay. Well, at least I know that it will be enough if I aim more for center of mass, but I guess I should have known that just to eliminate the possibility, I should have aimed for 0. 22 is a little high. Anything under 17 should be adequate, though. I wonder if we'll be able to actually see the explosion when we go to do our maneuver. Nah, we won't. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Because we're going to do our maneuver at the edge of the SOI about a day before this thing actually is going to be hitting the surface. And then by the time we get up there, it'll be long gone. There we go. Let's dig a little deep. Okay. I don't even want to double check that. I'm pretty sure it'll be okay. Do want to activate our engines, and I also want to get our follow-up maneuver all plotted in. So just like all of our other stuff, what do we have out here? Deep Space Telescope. Wait. When did I send a Deep Space Telescope? Oh, right, it's doing a flyby. Oh, nice. It's doing it in about 3 hours. But it's already within the sphere of influence of the moon, so why the hell am I waiting? I don't recall telling it. I guess I was planning on doing it while it was on its escape trajectory. And the science probe is coming in right after it. Hopefully not too close together. One day... Deep Space Telescope maneuver's coming up in 3 hours. I don't know, I'm a little nervous. They're very close together. So we do have an ore scan sat out here already, and the low-resolution altimetry sat has been out here for a while. Takes like a quarter of the time for us to get to the moon. think right here at the edge of the SOI is probably our best bet. We could definitely do a maneuver on this within the next, like, 10 minutes or something, but I only have 34 minutes before the ore scan sat maneuver. So if we have enough DV, then I'm just not going to worry about it. So I want to pull this down to a 90 degree. Because we want to install this into a polar orbit just the same as all the rest. That's a stupid way for me to do that. Cancel that. So there's about 90. And what the hell piece of equipment is this? I think that this is another 250 kilometer piece of equipment. So let's aim just for 252, just kind of right in the middle. Anything above 250, but not too far, not too high. And the whole objective here is just to not have all of these crossing one another repeatedly. Just in case. Because we're going to give them a job after they're done with their main work. Go ahead and dial in to 90 degrees. So the next adjustment is going to cost an additional 57 meters a second for us to go and get into a 90 degree approach. And then to circularize, we're going to need roughly 400. Okay. I have no idea why I've moved it all the way over here instead of executing it a P. But that's fine, because we'll tell it what to do when we get there. That was weird, though. Huh, when I re-added it, it did just fine. Just had a hiccup. Oh, did I click on this one? Maybe that's why. I clicked on the wrong line or something. So just in case I don't have line of sight to this and I lose the connection, I wanted to have both maneuvers put in. And until I know that I have a connection, I don't want to take out hold maneuver prograde, because I do need for this to be able to perform that function if it really comes down to it. But in the meantime, we'll get it pretty close on target. Oh, right, I have all the nozzles deactivated. I'm an idiot. Because in the newer version, just to absolutely prevent it from using monopropellant on the top, these all start out disabled. And I believe the Action Group 1 is the action group that re-enables them. Cool. I was like, why the fuck am I not moving? I didn't have the flight computer on, so that wasn't killing my control. It wasn't out of power. Definitely had monoprop, because our engines run off monoprop and we're full. I was very confused there for a second. Forgot that part. Alright. And as long as our solar panels are at least somewhat exposed, that's where I'm going to leave it. So it looks like it'll be just fine. By the time we get up to that point, this should be long gone. Sweet! So back over to an ore scan satellite. And then we've got a maneuver coming up for the science probes that we just designed, well, finished designing this morning. So we'll see how those go. I fully expect for us to lose line of sight with those and have almost definitely an interruption in our connection when we come around into a low orbit. So we have an input, we have a maneuver input to its flight computer to circularize in that orbit. So it looks like we're going to do the exact same thing that we just did for that other probe. Yeah. Just make a tiny adjustment here. Ooh, interesting. I mean, it is fairly sensitive, but it seems odd. So I'm adjusting our heading here. Just get us on target. Alright. Let's get her done. Very minor adjustment. Could have used monoprop for it. Just changing our angle slightly. How are we doing on monoprop? Doesn't really matter, I mean, whichever way we go. Should we just do it with monoprop? Oh, I do have the tiny nozzle, so maybe it is better to do the fine-tuning with the monoprop and do the actual maneuver with the engine there. It's the downside to the more efficient, smaller nozzles. If you want to do, like, you know, a decent amount of change in velocity, it takes a hell of a lot longer for a little tiny one to do it than that. But it also wouldn't have that weird thing happening at the end there. So I want to lock in at pretty much the same orientation that we were previously at. Oh god. Hopefully it didn't ruin everything. I think all I need to do is speed up. So I'm going to transition over to prograde. So the ore scanner, I believe that one's a 250 kilometer piece of equipment, right? Yep, just gotta speed up a little bit. We're just gonna be a little late to the party. $25-day trip to the edge of the SOI. Shit, man. And what I'm looking for here is, once again, the 90 degree. I don't want to separate from this tank because of the moon that we're approaching until this point, actually. So a 90 degree, we'll have about 3 minutes to do it. And then... Am I going the wrong way? Hold on. Oh, and then I want to pull on this one to raise altitude. So let me do that all again. So there's our 90. Trying to see if I'm doing this right. Nope, opposite. This way. It's actually a lot smarter for me to lock in the altitude and then adjust the angle. P52, okay, that looks good. And 90. Throwing a core on the engine and decoupler so that you can dock it? Why would I dock it though? For a lower ejection force? It wouldn't matter now. When we originally launched these, money was a little bit tight. Now money is not tight. So I don't mind throwing away an extra probe core at this stage. But yeah, in the future what we'll do, the maneuvering stage will basically be an independent drone. And then we will separate from it in orbit. The drone will do its own thing. And then the payload will do its own thing independently, instead of having to do all this fiddling that we're doing right now. But we're not quite there yet. Okay, and we'll feed both of those into the flight computer. We just want to make absolute sure that before we go and execute that maneuver, we get rid of the second stage. For now, though, this one will be fine. So, Deep Space Telescope. The Deep Space Telescope is going to be doing some interesting stuff. We're going to be taking photographs of all of the planets and moons that we're aware of right now. And we've done that before. This time we're going to do it from the moon's sphere of influence, so it'll count as a completely separate test. And this is one of those ones where I really was hoping I would have the science station up before I actually got to it. But what we'll end up doing is just, once we have a science station, we'll do another launch. So this one is destined for probably smashing into the second moon, honestly. Because normally I would go and throw them out into a solar orbit. I don't know, I may have it come back home and try to maybe burn it up in the atmosphere. But I'm not really sure what I want to do with it. I do know that I want its sweet, sweet science, though. So we are within the sphere of influence of the moon, and we can go ahead and carry out its primary mission before we actually get up to this maneuver. And it looks like we're going to have a good line of sight on all of these planets and moons. We may have a problem with that one if the moon's in the way. Everything actually looks like we should have a clear line of sight. I'm just not so sure on... Oh, actually I might be wrong. I might not have a clear line of sight of either of these. Let's start out with the one furthest out. I want to set it as my target first. Thankfully, this camera doesn't have to worry about apertures, and it's not sensitive enough. Like, I can point it directly at the sun, and we actually will, intentionally, to get a photograph of the sun. We want a photograph of everything other than the moon, essentially. Son of a bitch. I didn't put a probe core on you that's smart enough to point at a target? Boo. Oh. That was a huge oversight. I can't wait until we get the Hex 2, because then we'll just use the Hex 2 for everything. That was definitely a fudge up. I guess let's grab a picture of the moon real quick too. Whoa, oh dear. We don't need to see its pores, do we? We're going to want to take as many pictures as we have to be able to exhaust our science that we can transmit with this. It doesn't have a docking port. That's another reason why we'll send an additional one up. The additional one will have a docking port. It'll go around, do its grand tour, pop out into a solar orbit, take photos from a solar orbit, and then it'll catch back up with the homeworld, recircularize, and we'll send scientists up to collect the data. I thought we had science relay, didn't we? Science relay would make it unnecessary for us to actually go and grab the photograph. And I love using science relay for anything that it makes sense to use science relay for. So, for instance, if you have a surface sample, beaming that surface sample to another vessel doesn't make any sense. If you have a photograph, transmitting that photograph totally makes sense. It makes way more sense than physically going up and taking the data from the telescope. And I thought that I had it. I do have it. Huh. Weird. Since I have it, I thought, have another option. Maybe there's a prerequisite for it that I'm missing. But we should have the ability to transmit that science somewhere else. That, or I'm just missing a step. Maybe I have to have like an antenna that targets something specifically for it. Doesn't really matter for this initial mission. How many of these am I gonna have to take? Like, usually it's only 2. Oh, okay. It's still 2. Okay, we're good. Oh, I have to have the laboratory waiting to receive it? Okay. Yikes. I just totally drained my battery. Oh no. Are these solar panels shit? Well, the solar panels aren't shit, but are they just not sufficient for what I'm doing here? I can't close the bay because that's our antennas. Okay, I was just blocking them a little bit apparently. Which is weird because right now they should be almost blocked. Or pretty damn close. Crap. I may just leave this in this orientation so that the battery continues to charge. And go ahead and take the photographs later on in the mission. Because if I time warp now, we're just going to end up closer to the moon, closer to when we only have 2 hours before we have to execute the maneuver. So I don't know if I want to play any kind of games when it comes to how much electric charge I'm going to have when I get there. Thank you for the follow the Wednesday. Nice to meet you. Trying to think of how I want to revamp this. One thing that we do want is a docking port. Although, more than likely I'll end up making it a radial docking port, to be honest. Definitely want more fuel, like a higher total DV if it's going to go out into a solar orbit and circularize. I mean, it does have 11,000 electric charge in the form of megajoules, so it's probably okay. That just was weird that we totally ran out. I wonder if my megajoules aren't working. Unless it's only 100 electric charge, in which case I've really been shortchanging all of our satellites. I thought it was 1,000 electric charge per megajoule. And later on we should have an additional capacitor that stores in kilowatt hours that's even more efficient. Well, I guess let's test it out on Minmus next. And I should be able to actually target it, but I won't be able to have the damn probe core. That'd definitely be nice. Have a probe core that can actually maneuver us on position with the target. We can still use the nav ball. And which way is up on this bitch? Okay, so I want to orient with my 90 line this way. Way more of a problem getting on target than I should have. And that way I can pivot over to the right. So I need to figure out what orientation the camera needs to be in. Originally when I was flipping around, it was so that if I pan to the right, like that, that's just pivoting us around to the right. I want the image to move to the left, you know? This should transition that way. But I've got the camera on crooked, and I've got my probe core on crooked for how I normally would set them up. So I must have thrown this together in a bit of haste. Well, there's the sun. Should we just grab that while we can? Another alternative would be to use the flight computer, but it just wastes way too much monoprop. I really don't want to if I don't have to. And I'm just gonna quick shot two of them. That burning smell is your corneas. Nice. Transmit both of those home. Man, look at it just exhaust that. Oh, okay, so it running out of charge is when it starts to convert our megajoules over. I've only got it set to convert them over 1 electric charge at a time. Almost like a trickle charger. Let's see if I bump that up. If we're in a better situation. See if that helps. I definitely need an additional battery on this, something that can store a little bit more than what that one can. Just making sure that I exhausted all of it. Zoom out a bit. And Minmus should be a little bit further off to the right here. It is inclined, though. So we'll just use the nav ball to figure it out. I'm not seeing it. One thing that I can do is enable SAS there. I'm just going to close and reopen the camera. That'll recenter it. And we'll see if we got a view. Nope. There she is, though. It's close. Oops. Not the most glamorous photo of it, but we'll take it. Okay, and these other ones are going to be a pain in the ass. I'm going to have to use the flight computer for them. So I want to start out with whatever's furthest away, and we'll just work our way in. I love this skybox. Hello, Moon. My only problem with this is it's gonna try to put us into a freaking spin. And then we have to invest DV canceling out the spin. Oh, I guess while it gets on target for this last part, let's go and recenter. Especially since it's so damn far away. Take 2 photos, send them on home. This is Lindor. And Lindor's moons are going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Game's chugging all of a sudden. I really want to rotate us. I think it's just going to be safer to leave it and use this. So we know of, I think, 4 total moons for Lindor at the moment, and there's probably more for us to discover. Take a couple of photos of Aiden. A couple of them are pretty far out there too, so I'm going to pan a ways. I don't see any there though. I'll pan back up. Trying to go fast too, especially for the ones that are far out there, so they don't bounce off of bounce out of line of sight. I don't know, maybe before I start to zoom in I should just wait for that to finish transmitting all of our science, because that seems to be the part that's making it chug. And that one was Talos. And I haven't seen any indication of the 4th one that we knew about. So it could be hiding behind the gas giant. I got 2 in the upper left and 1 in the lower right. Take a little bit of a closer look around the gas giant. No, I don't see it. Oh, is that it? Nope, Talos again. Okay. Well, we gave it a shot. I sure don't see it anywhere, though. And we've looked pretty damn far out. Let's go ahead and close that. Start pivoting around to our next target. which looks like it's gonna be Jewel. Although I'm wondering if I shouldn't try taking another photo of Edna, because I don't know if Edna is gonna be blocked by the moon. I may have to come back and take a photo of Edna, though. I'm pretty sure we're pointing, like, right at the moon. Yeah, there's no way we're going to be able to see it through that, so we'll have to take a photo of that one after we've passed PE and have clear line of sight and a connection to this thing. So we'll just have to try and remember that we need a photo of Edna. Thankfully, we already have enough information on Edna, and now we have enough information on Lindor that we can see their orbits. We've got everything hidden from us at the very beginning of the game with a mod called Research Bodies. I think I'm going to switch it up, and now I'm going to go from closest to furthest away, since we're going to be pointing in the almost complete opposite direction. Can just barely see it. Photo of new Eve. We haven't got a good look at Eve quite yet, unfortunately. I also need to remember to take a photo of the homeworld too. Grab one of Kerbin, because we can get credit for that too. Man, that is chugging when I transmit that back. Just got too many things going on, I guess. Oh, nice. We got our orbit for Eve now. So I'm expecting that all of the ones that we've taken a photograph of before we'll end up getting orbits for. I don't know for sure, but... here's hoping. Because if we can get everything's orbit, we can start planning missions out to them. Get a picture of Moho, but unfortunately from the dark side. I think everything in this direction is going to be we're going to get a dark side photo of. That's one thing that I wish that this mod could do, because relative to us, if we're looking at Moho right now, it should be almost completely lit up. But unfortunately, a limitation of the mod kind of prevents us from being able to actually see that. What it's actually doing is showing us showing us where the sun is from where we are. So I don't think I can zoom out enough to catch the moon. Well, we have Kerbin right there. So basically, if I'm looking that way, I'm gonna see the sun from this orientation, and that would position us behind it. It would have to be in the opposite direction for us to see it all lit up. Which is kind of a bummer. But it's still an amazing mod. There's our new target. And I should be looking around for moons too. Let's go back over to Eve. I forgot. I'm more thinking like, why is this chugging so bad? I guess there are a lot of things going on though. We're exhausting our electric charge, so we're converting megajoules into electric charge. Research Bodies is showing us the new orbits. Yeah, there's kind of a bit going on all at once. Let's go for... should we go for Jewel or should we go for the moons? The only thing that makes me hesitate about going for the moons... I don't think it's going to add up to enough science to actually lead to being able to unlock our university that I would like to put up for our first science station. It's this monstrous, like, I don't remember how big, 15 tons or something like that. It's like an 8-man university that I would like to use. We'll see how close we are, and then maybe I'll come back and take pictures of the moons. I think for now I'm just going to focus on getting the orbits of the planets. Because we do get 20 science every time we do this, but I'm pretty sure that we need like 2,000 science. And yeah, it does add up, but I don't think it's going to add up to enough to actually unlock it in one go. So if we're going to end up relying on another mission to take care of it, then, you know, might as well just grab all the pictures of all the moons, the little finicky ones, when I have a better design, and when we can actually transmit a copy of it out to our science stations too. So there's big old Jewel. A little bit better of a photo of that one. I'm just gonna wait here while it figures out what it's doing. See if we get the orbit. Just that last little bit. There we go. Excellent. So there's still more stuff for us to find, but unfortunately it's so far out there that I don't have a sensitive enough piece of equipment that can do it right now. And I don't know what the hell I'm going to do about that, because as far as I am aware, that is not variable. And in the past, I'm almost positive that I had to unlock upgrades for that. And I don't see him anywhere in the tech tree. So pretty sure that I'm boned. The only thing that I can think of for us to do is to launch that piece of equipment into the out into space and try again from, you know, much further away. Maybe half a dozen of them, and fit them with the explosives so that when we're done with them, they're not permanently out there. I suppose we do need a long-range outer solar system relay. And I was only going to do that in 4. But I guess what we could do is 6 of them and put them out here, and then just make that piece of the telescope part of the design. Could do that. They're going to have a hell of a long travel time unless we really beef them up, though. We're going to invest a hell of a lot of DV into those things just so that they get out there faster. Alright, so this design sucks and I'm a little disappointed with it. But I don't know, it kind of worked. I'm really tempted to just smash it and make a better one. What do you think? Should we smash it? Because if we go and take just photos of the planets, we're only looking at about 100 more science. Let's go back to the Space Center real quick. We do have an alarm for that thing and a maneuver coming up. We need to adjust our heading. That would put us 8 days behind on taking a photograph of everything. But the upside of that is it's 8 additional days for us to potentially get the research station up. Think we go for the boom? I'm totally cool with it. I love smashing shit in the moons. And now would be an excellent time for us to tell it to go ahead and just smash itself into the moon. So we have 1,732 science. It also snaked a bunch of money from me, but kind of a house rule. If I didn't make a save to indicate how much science I had before I used those telescopes, I let it keep the money. I don't want to guess. So we had a couple of things that I wanted to unlock before I grabbed that. But until we can figure out where all the other stuff is, it's not really all that important for us to get the wide field camera 3. There's literally only one moon that I'm aware of that we haven't taken a picture of, and that's at the moment not worth 680 science to unlock the entire node. We don't really need the ISRUs quite yet. Any of the drills or any of the other things that this node has to offer. Methane detection array won't matter for now. Yeah. Oh, nice. We already unlocked metamaterial and composites. We already grabbed those. So 680 here and 1,000. Holy shit, we have enough. Orbital megastructures. The Netherdyne University. It is 15 tons. A little over 15 tons. And I'm going for it. We're going to grab all of the prereqs for anything that we unlock too. So with this one, we don't have a choice. We're going to grab orbital assembly. That'll give us the hostel. A huge 12-person, very comfortable cabin. We also get the Tundra Assembly Plant. We get some pressurized crew tubes. The Asylum and the Shelter, I don't typically use. Every now and then I will. They both fit 6 people. One of them is a little bit heavier. A lot heavier. One of them's 10 tons. The other one's 3.75. This one's supposed to be better insulated for, I think, against radiation, but I think it also, let's see... Shielding is provided by radio fuel tanks between the hull and the shelter. 6 Kerbals can hide in here in cramped conditions with 3 bunks for long waits. Integrated EVA rails. I don't really understand the difference between the storm cellar, called the Asylum, and the shelter. One of them is much more heavy. I'm wondering if this wouldn't be the smarter one, the one that's more shielded. If we were going to do a manned mission to Moho, I wonder if that's what we would use it for. But I thought it was just radiation shielding, so... which the game doesn't really factor. Oh, nice. We also got a 7.5 meter payload fairing. That'll be great for those idiot huge builds that we do, like that one this morning. That was a very tiny, huge build, though. It's going to get so much worse. And then over in orbital megastructures, we get the annular modular trusses. There's several of them. We get adapters for them, a docking connector. No idea what the SSTU station core is. What? Deluxe accommodations for 60 crew? Huh? We're going to have to check that out. The UKS mobile launch platform and orbital shipyard, which are both, I'm hoping that we're going to use these around another moon. If we can find a moon with a fairly low gravity and with some good resources. Yeah, we're going to have to check that out. 60 fucking crew and the Netherdyne University. We're grabbing it. So I don't know if we have enough time left today to actually build the laboratory, but we should check out the pieces. And we're going big. We've unlocked quite a few engines that we haven't even tried yet because they're just so powerful. And the one that we did try, the Griffin 20, that one's nowhere near as big as some of the other stuff that we have. What are you gonna eat for dinner? I don't know. I think I'm having chicken tonight, but I usually have chicken anymore. I'm trying to eat slightly healthier. Okay, so these have 3 crew capacity. Do I need a probe core? I may need a probe core. I don't know if these can be a parent part. Let's go over to utility. I'm looking for that SSTU 60-man habitat. What the hell is that? Chicken hot dogs? That doesn't sound too bad. I don't know if I've ever had a chicken hot dog, though. Doesn't sound too bad. I may have to just filter through to find SSTU. Oh yeah, I'll be streaming all through the weekend. So this is the hostel, and I really like that one. That holds 12 people. That was one of the cool things that we just unlocked. I'm not seeing it. So is there an SSTU? Can I sort it by... here we go, manufacturer. It's USI, Dr. Jebs, AT. Looking for SSTU. I don't know if it actually counts as a manufacturer, though. So this is a laboratory, that's a habitat. It's not an upgrade for this thing, is it? Wow, look at that. All as one part, we can pick out whatever solar panel we want. We can choose different textures throughout the thing. But I don't see... I don't know where its antenna is. I told it to extend it. I don't see anything moving. Yeah, I don't see any way to upgrade it to a larger size. I mean, I can change the top and the bottom of it. That's not necessarily what I'm looking for. So I don't think it's an upgrade for this. I think it's a different habitat. There's another laboratory. Okay, and these are habitats. 5 crew capacity. This is the 5-man habitat for SSTU. I like it, that is neat looking. Docking hub, lander tank, modular upper, radial tank that's got a weird thing going on with it. Ooh, is this the one? It can't be. It only weighs 1.6 tons. That cannot be. Okay, yeah, that's definitely not it. I'm assuming this is a smaller version. And they're inflatables? Awesome. Where the hell is the big one that we just unlocked, though? See, I think if they put it in under a different manufacturer than SSTU, then I just have to find it in the part list, since I don't know the name of it. Let's get the name of it. Guess that would be the smart way to go, wouldn't it? And so I don't know exactly what I want to do for this station, but I do know that I want one laboratory on the top of it and one reverse facing on the bottom of it. Yeah, it said it was 60 people. It's called SSTU ST, and it is SSTU manufacturer, so I don't know. SSTU station core, centrifuge, 50 meter? What is the 50M? 50 meter? Shut up. Deluxe accommodations for 60 crew, including some artificial gravity. SSTU ST. Yeah, pretty sure Nezzo. Pretty sure eventually, pretty much everybody except for my stepmom dies. Unfortunately. Yeah, or fucked. Good old mortality. Okay, there we go. I was like, are you gonna fucking load today? So it should be in station cores, so I would kind of expect it to be in pods. But it also, I think it's just a missing part, honestly. Because it couldn't be either of these guys. You're gonna live forever? Nice. Can you imagine how much you would have to pay out in taxes over the span of your lifetime? Well, I'll look around for it, but I'm not seeing it anywhere here. Utility is where a lot of them are. Ballast tank? Oh, I didn't know there was a fucking ballast tank. I bet it weighs a lot too. If I had known we had a ballast tank, I wouldn't have used ore tanks. Oh! Oh, we found it. What'd this be? So this is the 12-man version. Very nice. And it rotates for artificial gravity. Okay. This is the 20-man version. Oh, 24. Play that. Hey, baby. How you doing? Sounds pretty neat. This would be for 40 people. I'm pretty sure they're all just going to be different iterations of essentially the same thing, though. I do like the additional detail that they put in, though, with the extending arms and the structural parts. And the one that made me raise my brow, this is a 60 crew version. Damn, that thing is buku. How much do you weigh, buddy? Whoa. 158.22 tons. Well, that makes my laboratory look much smaller, doesn't it? 158 tons. 80 tons for the 40 crew. 35 tons for the 24 crew. And the 12 crew is at 12 tons. Holy shit. And they don't store anything either, apparently. Oh, you can independently set the rotation to determine a to reach a predetermined artificial gravity. So this would be a 0.25 G, so basically quarter gravity. Just enough to, you know, if you laid against the bed, you would stay there. That's really cool. Gonna need a bigger rocket? You're not kidding. Let's go back over to science real quick. This is the part that I was all stoked for. And this is the one that we're going to make our next station with. And I don't know exactly what I want to do with it, like I said, because we're going to need docking ports and everything, but I do know that I want the core of it to essentially be something like this. One of them facing upward and one of them facing downward. That would give us a 16-person science station. So if any of you would be interested in living on this station as a curveball, just send me a message, let me know. Send me a whisper on Twitch, leave a comment in Discord, you can send me a PM or leave it in KSP chat, leave a comment on YouTube, let me know if you'd like to be man or woman, and if you want to live on this thing, you're going to need to be a scientist. I may put an engineer on here, because it makes sense that you would have an engineer, but I don't know. I mean, most of the scientists that would live on this would also be engineers, right? So I'm sure they could fix their own shit. But yeah, Deb is home, and I think we're gonna call it for today. So if you think of anything, this is kind of in general what I'm thinking about going for, and I'm thinking for the center part here, probably a four-way hub, and then off at a 45-degree crew tubes that lead out to where we would install our solar panels, and then at the end of that, docking ports. We want the whole thing to remain actually crew passable, so we won't have that probe core in the center of it or anything. It's gonna have to be crew passable from one end to the other. We could just do the docking ports on either end, and only on either end, and then do a crew tube in the middle to connect the two, and put our solar panels radiating out from the center, that would be a way to go about it that wouldn't take too many parts. Apparently these only store supplies, barely any, and a little bit of mulch. So we are going to have some habitat concerns here as well. We may end up having to add, well, we'll definitely end up having to add like farms, storage tanks for fertilizer, you know, all the bits and bobs that we usually need to keep our curveballs alive for a long time. You want to end Deadly? Okay, just let me know what you want to be and what you want to do. Oh, you got wings? Ooh, I'm gonna go eat hot wings. Let's find somebody that we can throw a host to. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today, though. I had a lot of fun. We got a lot of missions done. We got a lot of progress made on the mission, on the other missions, even the ones we didn't get actually done. Can you hear the cat in the background? He's like, "Give me the goddamn chicken. Give me the chicken. Stupid humans." It looks like Wolves is on, and we haven't seen him in a long time. Absolutely, Deadly, no problem at all. Geisha's on. We haven't gone to visit Geisha yet. I don't really know who to throw one out to. Let's go say hi to Geisha. And I'm gonna go eat. You guys have a great Friday night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna throw a couple of links out in the chat. I'm gonna go say hi to Geisha-chan. I think we've thrown a host over to Geisha maybe once before. We met through Car6, who's a really cool guy and has an amazing community. Definitely give him a follow as well. So we're gonna go, well, I'm gonna go say hi to Geisha. If you want to come with me, you can either click that link, or there will be a button that comes up over chat, and I will see you guys over there. Bye, guys. Well, if I can figure out why this won't host, then I will. Here we go. Alright. Bye, guys.
Hi! Welcome everybody! Wow, that is a massive host. How are you? What were you playing today,